Hello. Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing. I'm not here. Now I'm here. Hi. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm still sick. I'm still sick. But honestly though, I'm feeling slightly better than yesterday. It's always nice to be able to feel that I'm like to feel as day goes by you're slowly recovering. Yeah, that feeling is nice. It would be very scary when it's stinky, like maybe a little bit. No, I'm not stinky. I'm grape. Hi Zeus. Hi Chip. Hi Malicious Magpie. And hi Forgetful. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Stinky grape. Oh god, that's kinda scary. Isn't that rotten grape? Ooh. But honestly though, this morning something bittersweet happened between me and Mama, right? It's like my mom suddenly suggested that we go to a place that I never went to, right? I never went there and eat before, but Mom suddenly be like, oh, you want to go there and eat? It's like, oh yeah, sure. So we go there, and then we ordered stuff, and then we were waiting, right? And then suddenly Mom started tearing up, right? Crying. But not non-audible crying, you know, like the silent crying. Like she started crying suddenly. It's like, oh, what happened? Did I do something wrong? I thought I did something wrong, but no. Apparently the place that we went to, my mom suggested, is the place where my mom and my dad would usually go there most of the time when they have their like breakfast, right? It's usually the place that they go to. So, you know, seeing mom crying like that, and then able to reminiscence the time that they spent together. And that's why I mentioned that it's kind of a bittersweet feeling, right? Seeing mom cry like that, but also being able to like remember that. It's kinda, it's sad but also sweet. Hence bittersweet, right? Like there were days where I just sometimes just sort of wish Dad is still here, you know. Sometimes that happens, but it doesn't happen. What happened. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting morning, I would say. Give me a second. I just need to cough for a bit. But yeah, it's an interesting morning, I would say. And also the place, the food over there, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not great either, right? It's not bad. I like it. It's alright. Also, hi Snowwolf. Also, I got my Counter-Strike money and I bought a game. I bought Aethermancer. Apparently it's a game made by Moirai Studios, who made Monster Sanctuary. The game looks cool as heck, and I love Monster Sanctuary. Yeah, hi Snowwolf, hope you're doing good. Did you buy Counter-Strike 3? No. Counter-Strike 2 is kind of a flop. I don't think I trust Counter-Strike 3 anymore. Like Counter-Strike 2 anti-cheat is still bailed. Give me a second again. Okay, I'm back. Surprisingly enough, I am feeling slightly better today. I have so many medicines on my table, it's kinda crazy. 五费 an allergy, flu. I don't know what swelling is, honestly. I think it's antibiotic. I guess. Like these four. And then I have my diabetics medication. Many medication to eat. What's going on, bro? It's all good. It's all good. Hey, I never played this game before. I want to try it. I want to try it. It's made by Moirai Studios. Oh my god. I mean, I played Monster Sanctuary a long time ago, I think. Yeah, 2022. And 2022 is that I revisit the game, right? So it's even further away from 2022, I think. Game's great, mini dragons in there, very very nice. And now we have Aethermancer, this one. Made by the same studios. And I heard that it's a roguelike experience as well. And you know how much I like roguelike stuff, so that's why I'm super excited as well to play this game. It's a sing-song. What's a sing-song? I don't have sing-song. Hi, Petra Snail. Kobo yippin'? I'm yippin'. The sick boat is yippin'. The game I put 60 hours in last week. Oh, Silk Song? I don't have that. But I do have Hollow Knight. Never finished this game though because I keep getting lost and I just got frustrated at the game. I like the combat, I like everything, but I get lost too much and then I'm just roaming around with no clear goal in mind, and that hurts me a lot. I kinda stopped playing it because of that. Silk Song is Hollow Knight if it was hard. I can see that. I love the combat. I wish I can just play the combat of the game and without the exploration part of the game, but that's asking for too much. But we're playing this day. Let's close this one. I don't know how intensive the game is going to be, right? I hope my PC can handle this game while also having all the 3D stuff opening at the same time with hand tracking and stuff as well. Only one way to find out, I guess. Oh. There's going to be a lot of mic muting going on today and also yesterday. Give me a second. Features and balancing. Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm okay with this. Don't mute the mic, just add ASMR tag. No, I don't want to. I don't want to cough loudly and blow my nose in front of the mic. That's obnoxious. You ready to go on your first adventure in the Fractured Ruins? Currently in early access, which means we'll be adding new monsters, areas, bosses, and whole features over time, as well as crushing occasional bugs. As a community-driven project, your opinion is much appreciated, so if you have feedback or encounter bugs, let us know on Discord, the Steam forums, or via in-game bug reporting F9, okay? Good luck and enjoy your adventure. Anton Dennis is pretty cool. Look at that Schneck and the rest of team. Oh, that looks cool. It's content? It's not! What if I put everything in 100%? Oh, it's kinda low. I think 80-70 is fine, or 80-80. Or I could put both at 69. Oh, there's not a lot of options. Oh, you can make the game easier? Ooh. Alright, okay. Let's give it a try. There should be dragons in this game, I feel like. For too long you've overstepped your place. Void will cover every city of our world, starting in Vigil. A fitting end, if considered. All was created, now all shall share our fate. Die? First the Fractured Ruins, then all Terraste, then you. Mithras. Sirius. I don't know all of that. Oh shit. Hi, Dragon Colony. And pets and babies. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Boom. There you go. Hope you're doing good. Choose your soul bonded monster. Who's? Oh, Huss. It's been a while. Hi, Kobold friend. You can start with this monster in future run. Oh, starter Pokemon? Oh my god, bird. Bird or dog. I kinda want bird. Minokawa? Hope Kobo's friend is doing good. There's going to be a lot of reading. Rebirth? Oh, Rebirth is choosing, right? No, is it? It is. Okay, it is. Show detail? Sidekick? Breaking Poise? Am I playing Dark Sales? Am I playing Dank Sales? Yeah, let's choose the bird. A nickname? Doing fine, hope you're getting better. And slowly. I am feeling slightly better than yesterday at least. Hi, Denafos. We're inside the void now. The entirety of the fractured ruins has been devoured by it. Oh look, but wild monsters roam this area, my old friend. I will once again require your support in battle. Oh, that's serious. Am I serious? I mean, I'm playing as serious, yeah. Can I actually use a controller to play this game? Let me try. I mean, it would be nice. It kind of feels like this game is made for controller, question mark? Or made with playing with a controller in mind. Oh, it does, okay. A wild monster is blocking our path. We have to fight it. Okay. Can we touch S? Oh, the same sound effect. Oh my god. Monster can use different actions in combat. Most action cost ether to be used. 4 different elements. Ether? Elements of ether. Okay. Fire, earth, water, wind. Do not map. You currently do not have much ether. Your only option is to use your monster's basic attack. Always be used to generate additional ether based on the monster's element. Okay. Inspect. It's a poise weakness? Color of the diamond icon next to the health bar corresponds to the element that they are weak to. Attack those enemies with enough hits of that element, they'll be staggered. Skips its next turn action. Oh! All damage against it is increased by 50%. Enough Aether now to stagger enemy. 1 times 8. Which means you can use the craft memento action. What the fuck? Lets you gain the monster's memento, which permanently... Oh, so capture them, okay. So it is kind of like a Pokemon. Worthiness screen? Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. You must gain worthiness in combat through a variety of means, dealing damage, hitting allies, or preventing enemy actions. Small permanent bonus to your monster. Persists when you rebirth your monster on future run. So it's nice to use the same monster again and again. Where does the roguelike come in? Loot drop? Monster Shrine? This construct has been created by my kind over the course of thousands of years. I can perform a monster rebirth there. We should do so. Safety in numbers. Okay. allows you to add a new monster to your party. You only require a monster soul to do so. Each monster shrine may only be used once. You start each round with 3 monster souls. Each monster shrine affords you a random selection of monsters equal to the amount of monster souls you have. You also need to unlock monsters first by creating their memento. You currently only have the memento of the monster you fought earlier, so this is the only option available to you here. There we go. That's original. Oh wait, there's vision system? Like, oh, okay. Maybe at some point stealth plays a part. Oh, cool bird. This time let's initiate combat by performing a Void Blitz. This ability allows the Aethermancer to ambush the enemies, which removes 2 points from the targeted enemy. Makes them easier to stagger in combat. So... oh. The party almost complete. You just need the 3rd monster, and the 3rd monster needs 1 more memento. Stagger out this enemy monster, use the craft memento action. I mean, 1 is already like, yeah. We got chicken. Oh, water. Okay, but it doesn't have enough. Psychic force and dodge the self? Oh, I meant poisoned. That kills? But I just want to stagger them. Oh, because of Sidekick. Right, shit. I shouldn't have done that. Affects all allies or enemies at once. Ooh. Every 4 hits evaded by your allies. Applies power to the ally with the lowest amount of power. Dodge now only increase evasion by 12% per stack. Doesn't get consumed when attacked. After an ally's turn, they consume 5 stacks of dodge to reactivate their turn. What? Dedicated support action. 1 force to target ally, 1 force to... I don't understand, but I like haste. Oh. Bonus turn if you have 5 stacks of dodge? You're up on the height now. You can use the void dash to dash between cliffs. We'll get close enough to another cliff. You can see a phantom of Sirix to indicate that you can void dash to that cliff. Try it out here by dashing to the other cliff. Press to dash where you see the platform. Phantom? Oh. Okay, okay. Lily? Is that a frog? A body made of aether and a fellowship of beautiful little monsters. You must be an Aethermancer. I hope you're here to help us out and not cause more problems. I will try my best. Who is us? Sorry, wrong of me not to introduce myself. I'm Lily, resident witch of Pilgrim's Rest. You should come visit sometime. It's beautiful when there isn't a void threatening to swallow it whole. And perhaps I will. My name is Sirius. I hope that no ill fate befalls Pilgrim's Rest and its people. That's sweet of you to say. I knew it. Somebody with a band of monsters following them around can't be a bad person. How about this? Meet me in Pilgrim's Rest and I'll offer you my services. I'm an expert at soul bonding, you see. Soul bonding uses a monster's memento to bond its soul to you, which means it's always there with you when you need it. Whenever I enter the void anew, I can choose it to be by my side. That could be useful indeed. Exactly. Also, I can help you out whenever we run across each other in the void. Here, I found this blank memento. You can use it to craft the memento of a monster, right? I hope I could help you and your monsters out. So, I got an empty memento? Some monsters will attempt to ambush you. When you get close to them, you can press A to use the Void Parry to counter the ambush, give you the same advantage as when you perform a Void Blitz. I didn't do anything though. Oh wait. We got a... That's a dragon. Whoa, cannot do craft memento? Maybe I cannot do twice in a row. There we go. Wormling. Nice. Apply sidekick to self? Do I already have sidekick buff? Damage healed. On every tree attack, applies power to self. Every tree power applied to allies generate one random aether. For every 50 healing of your allies, one wild aether. Any other element. Oh, okay. Can you I mean, it affects all allies, right? So I think this is good. Branching path leads deeper into the void. I can sense that each path will take me to a different zone, all part of the same biome but with a different fate in store for me. This is but the beginning of my journey towards the core of the void. Oh. I don't know what this means. I feel like this one adds my base stats, question mark? This one looks shiny. I'm going here. Envoy. Aether Spring. Night. Oh, this is fight, I guess? What does Envoy mean? I'm going in. Oh. One more summon? You should primarily consider the monster's signature trait, elements, and type. This way you can quickly identify what the monster's strengths are and what role it can play in combat. I want Tekken. On support action. Oh, are you a supporting dragon? Oh, you heal. I like this dragon even more now. Nice. Did I just void parry? Your monster started to fight alone. The Aethermancer can also use certain action in combat, such as artifacts. Special items that you can use in combat. An artifact has a certain number of charges, which are refreshed whenever you get to a rest site, so you don't have to worry about losing them when you use them. Oh, this thing? Three times 5 is a lot. Water, fire. So bird will always have sidekick? At least one of the enemy is going to reset its poison this turn as part of its reset action. Performs resetting its poise reset action, generate one random Aether and trigger the additional effect based on the individual monster. Reset action the turn after they were staggered, with enough turn passed in combat without them getting staggered. Oh, apply Psychic and Force. I have no element to stagger this thing. I couldn't stagger that thing. Whenever this monster applies a debuff to an enemy, 15% chance to apply another stack of the same debuff? I don't think anyone applies debuff here. Crap. Wait, blitz for height. An enemy that is on the ground, it will lose 3 points instead of 2. What? Hi? Alioth? Do my eyes deceive me? Another Aethermancer here, inside the void. I'm called Alioth. They sent me here to investigate the massive void phenomenon. Are you here to assist me? Greetings, my name is Hiriax. I'm here on my own. The issues seem too important to ignore. An Aethermancer operating on their own? So you weren't sent by Aquilas? How curious. No matter, surely we can still help each other out. I take it you are proficient with artifacts, aren't you? I am indeed. They have quite an impact on my travels. In that case, I believe I can help you out with my magic. Let me see what I have for you. Ore chunk hovers in the air above Alios's hand. This is A3 ore. A metal infused with ether, commonly believed to be extremely rare, much more common within the void, however. I could split the ore in two, forming 2 artifacts, one for you, one for me. You can have the first pick if you like. Yeah, sure. The product of A3 ore that was turned asunder, never to be remade anew. Reactivates target monster? Grant another turn to a monster that already spent its turn. Oh! Breaks 3 poise. Oh, this one is good. I want chromatic scroll. I will just rest here for a while before I continue my treacherous expedition. Ooh. Dano press Void Blitz. Fire and Wind Ether. Oh. Oh, they have 4. What? Hi, Evie. many potions. Hope Evie is doing good. We kill this one, we get this one. We break this guy's voice, and then next time we can try to capture it. Oh, hi Tiger. I like how this looks. I know, me too. It's made by the one, the studio who made Monster Sanctuary. So this looks really good already. I thought I've playing Memento. Oh, I'm killing you, I guess. Nice. Are you feeling better, I hope? Slightly better than yesterday, definitely. Nice. Free action applies dodge to target ally. Apply 2 force to all ally. Oh, it needs a lot of ether. This was a free action though. I like a free action. I too am trying to recover from a stinky cold, been a month so far. Yeah, I have so many medications here. I think these things could help. I like free action. At the start of the turn, generate wild ether? At the end of the turn, consume ether and deal 3 damage hit to the monster for each. That's too good, isn't it? Yeah, being sick sucks. I hope everyone recovers soon. Also, give me a second. Like, currently it's kinda painful for me to just talk normally. Which is kinda sad. Meteorite. Converts one random ether into wild ether. Debuff deal 1 less damage against allies. I'll give the dragon. colossal sword that must have been carried by a colossal human or monsterkin, if not something even bigger. Oh, this fountain is what the monsterkin of Virtue simply called an equivalent exchange. It's an enchanted fountain that will produce a specific reward based on the offering that you give to it. It allows you to trade gold for ether crystals or vice versa. Keep in mind that once the trade has been performed, the fountain cannot be used again. Give gold, receive ether crystal? I don't know which one is more valuable here. I assume ether crystals might be more valuable than gold. The more you give, the more you receive. Keep in mind that, yeah, at least 5 gold. 5 gold receive 15 ether crystals. Sure. So it shall be. You traded 5 gold for 15 ether crystals. So what does that do? Alright, I came from here. It's a dead end. Okay. Got him. I'm just gonna apply this. I don't have blank memento, so I cannot really capture them. Oh, the dog's heel. Nice. Why does my dragon keep getting hit? I might have misunderstood the aura. Everyone is still healthy. Very nice. Dedicated support action. Oh, it's a free action. I like a free action. Convert the element of first hit of each attack into wild damage. You have found the end of this zone. You may want to use the map to check if there are any undiscovered spots left in this zone. You can also use the map to teleport to any points of interest you've discovered in this zone by pressing select. To teleport to any... Oh, Becky. Oh my god, Takun. Oh my god. Hi Becky. Hope Becky is doing good. Teleport to any point of interest. I already did everything here, so it should be fine. Random NPC. Loot drop rare? I love the baby emote. I'll take chicken. Oh, I have to replace? No, I don't wanna. Deck of cards. Oh. Did I press the wrong button? Yeah, fighting an ooze. Its signature trait can be tricky to fight against, and it can deal increasing amount of damage to your whole party if left unchecked. Inspect your enemy's signature trait by pressing X to use the inspect feature in combat. I animated yesterday. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. That might be the best emote now. Oh my god. It's so good though. Yeah, it's super squishy belly. Applies 2 poison to self. When poison triggers on this monster, enemy also take damage from it. Oh. Whenever your monster takes a certain amount of damage, direct damage or enemy actions without being protected by shield, they take on Corruption. Corruption lowers the starting health in each following combat. Try to avoid corruption if possible. Corruption? Consumes all your Aether, then generates 7 random Aether? Ooh. I feel like healing is so, like, way too essential here. Oh wow. They gave me so much poison? The battles are kinda tough in this one. Maybe it's because I just started, so I guess that makes sense. Chain? Single target attack. If the enemies have 6 or more Aether, purchase 1 enemy Aether. Basic attacks generate 1 additional fire Aether. I don't know how good wild damage is, but purchase enemy Aether. Oh, if they have 6 or more, I'll scrap it. This must be what the monster king call a blessed pawn. For a simple offering of coin, it may cleanse one's soul, or so the story goes. The blessed pawn beckons to your monsters. A trace of the monster deity's power still remains here. You may offer coin to the pawn to cleanse your monsters of the corruption. 5 gold is required. 6 corruption for all monsters? Sure. The power of the blessed pawn washes over your monsters. Your monster's got 6 corruption cleansed. Nice. Oh my god, my bird has too many corruption. Nice. Yeah, this one generates 1 wild ether. It's like really good. Nice. Sidekick is pretty good. And this one feels a lot easier. Temporary power, heals self for 4, cleanses 2 debuff. It's a free action? Consumes all fire ether, plus 4 damage and 1 poison damage for poison damage for each. Applies 2 psychic to target ally. Generates 3 wind ether. If my party has good health, this is a really good support. I feel like, yeah, dragon should be just like the support dragon. Oh, blank memento, nice. 50% chance to hit +1. I think that in general is just good. A soul altar? A crude altar crafted by the Monsterkin many centuries ago. It's a place of worship for the monster deities. Soul altar's power. Should you accept, one of the spare monster souls will be released to the void. You may then choose a temporary boon that will aid your monsters in the next 2 battles. You will be offered a selection of boons based on the type of your monster. May be used multiple times, or only one of its boons may be active at once. Release a monster soul, meaning that I have to... Oh, they just took it. 2 wild ether, gain 1 healing. At the start of combat, apply 1 power to all ally. I mean, power boon. What soul did they take? This tent appears to be rather new, which means there are people actually living in the void, and they call me mad. Living in the void. Merchant? Witch? Oh yeah, witch is Lily, right? Let's go meet Lily. As you may have noticed, corruption is a constant danger that diminishes your monster's survivability throughout a run. Only few ways of cleansing corruption, and they only cleanse a limited amount of it at a time. Successfully dealing with corruption by preventing and playing around it is one of your main challenges as an Aethermancer. Yeah, it's tough. Lily? Nice to meet you again, Syriax. Likewise. I hope the blank memento I gave you helped you out. I don't think I'll fight any more soon though. But aside from that, I'll always help you out with my potions and crystals to guide your monsters by refocusing their talents. That is already plenty, thank you. Holds a strength crystal in her hand, it exudes a volatile pulsing energy. Look what I created. It's an active memory crystal. It contains the memories of a monster's past life. Give it to a monster to replace one of its skills with a new skill. Reroll an action of a monster. Trade of a monster. Trade? Action? Maybe 1 EXP is good. Sure thing, my memory spell should bring back some past life memories for one of your monsters. One of your monsters gain 1 EXP. Oh, okay. This is a champion monster. You face them at the end of each biome. They are tougher, have more skills, and use 2 actions per turn. You have to defeat them to advance to the next biome. $13? While most enemies have a simple poise weakness corresponding to the 4 elements, some enemies have a special poise weakness. This champion monster isn't weak to any of the 4 elements, instead it simply needs to be hit with a great amount of hits to be staggered regardless of element. Oh! And also, since it's a champion monster, it only loses one of its actions when it's staggered. So it will still be able to action once. Okay. Nice. Oh, what is that damage? That feels very scary. Oh, I can craft memento of this guy. Oh, I got it. I got Warden. Actually, what does weakness do? Can I check what weakness does? Info tooltips. Huh, I don't know what weakness does. Maybe deal less damage? I mean, I have 6 wild Aether, so that's bad. The damage? Nice, first try. And I found the dragon worthiness is like way easier to build than bird. Which is the first monster that I get. It's the hardest worthiness to get. Damage stealth. Support damage, damage healed. Ether generated. Oh yeah. That makes sense. Psychic attacks from allies deal 2 damage hits. 2 times 2 damage hits. Whenever an ally evades a hit and generates wind ether, 5 or more wind ether, wild ether is generated instead. For every 15 healing. I mean, can this bird even heal? This one is like the best by far. 3 wind ether consumed by allies applies psychic to self. And at the end of your turn, deals a water hit to all enemy. Deal would equal 1. Damage equal 1 for every 5 healing received by allies this round. Wait, what? Deal a water hit to all enemy. And then semicolon? Damage equal... Oh, the damage The water damage equals 1 for every 5 healing received by allies this round. That's really hard to understand. But 3 Wind Eater consumed by allies apply sidekick to self. Bird uses a lot of Wind Eater, so I guess? Either these two, honestly. I'll take this one, Blood Pact. Meteorite. On support action, Kobo turn random Eater into Wild Eater and shield cell for 2. Oh! Oh, it's Meteorite, but it's a rare Meteorite. I mean, support action, only Dragon is support action. So, yeah. I forgot how intricate Moirai Studio games are. Like, Monster Sanctuary, you can use slimes, you can use any monster in the game to build a viable team for both PvP and or PvE, right? Any monster, including the first monster you encounter, can be really strong in the game, which is why I feel like it's lagging from Pokemon, right? Because in Pokemon, you just want those meta, like meta Pokemon. If you don't use the meta, you use like normal, not normal looking Pokemon, you're just gonna have a bit of a tough time in the game. But this one is different. You can just use whichever you like, and then build upon how you want them to play, right? Rest site, safe place in between the dangerous biomes of the void. The cauldron you see there is the monster meal, specially prepared for your monsters. It will cleanse a large amount of corruption for your monster. Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, skull creature. Interesting. Another Aethermancer. Who are you then? Child of Soul? You are familiar with my kind. That's unusual. My name is Syriax. Many things are known to us. Apologies, but who is us? And what are you doing here anyway? Why, this is our home, the Fractured Ruins. Is there a better place to be on Terraste? And by us, I mean us. A humble trader living a simple and modest life. And his associate. Say hello, Sally. Are you aware you're inside of the void? Yes, the void. A natural part of our world, I'm afraid. Life and death, ether and void. With the chit-chat out of the way, perhaps you are interested in my wares? Care to buy anything? See, I always love merchants in game. Like, merchants in games is always so knowledgeable. And then they just like, I don't fucking care what's happening outside. Buy my shit. It's so cool. At the end of combat, cleanses 3 corruption from self. Oh. That's really good, no? Wind damage, crit chance, and healing. The cleanses 3 cleanses 3 corruption is crazy. I kind of want to give it to Burp, but Burp already has like a boot. Evasion plus 20% against allies. It's okay. Used to rebirth from master. Oh, that's what it is. I'll get it. And this one. Nice. Okay, really good. Cosmic healing. For every 50 healing of your ally, generate 1 ether. Every 7 ether consumed by ally generates 1 ether. On action, if it was this monster's second action of the same turn, generates 1 ether. This one is way better than this one. Every 7 ether consumed by allies generates wild ether. Yeah. Dragon is like the pure support here. Loot drop epic. I like loot. I want loot. Forbidden Fortress. Oh shit. Ocarina. On support action, heals the ally with the lowest health for 7. Initial sidekick. At the start of the combat, applies 1 sidekick to self. Increases water damage by... I mean, it's support action. It has to be for dragon. No shield for dragon anymore. But mega heal? Oh, I didn't even react to that. I know a blank memento. I have 4... Yeah, they should be fine. That kills? Crazy. Mega sidekick. The stagger. And the kill. And the bite. Plus sidekick. Mineralize. Invigorate. Orfs you? I've been orfed? I don't know what that means, but I got orfed, ED. I can keep giving sidekick. And I can keep having attacks and stuff like that. I got orfed. What? What? You notice that I'm not capturing them at all because I don't really have blank memento. I cannot capture them. Nice. Oh, evasion plus 15%? How long does orb last? For a bit. 3 minutes or 5 minutes, I think? What? Nice. Power chance? On action, 20% chance to apply power to self. Crit chance plus 10% is kinda good. Yeah, why not? So those two with soup. The soup one is for... Wait. Wait. Yeah, this kills. Nice, the combo. Oh, lava soup hurts. That deals so much damage. Nice. Oh. My dragon dying. Nice. Nice. 2 times 5 fire wind damage against all enemies. On interrupt applies dodge to all ally. On interrupt? Triggers when an enemy action is interrupted. Actions get interrupted when the enemy is staggered, killed, or when the enemy lacks the ether required to play. Oh! I mean, against all enemies, pretty good. Oh, it doesn't give sidekick. This one gives sidekick to self. 2 temporary power to all allies. Increase the damage of each hit by 1 on attack. Consumes all temporary powers at the end of turn. Okay. I'll get this one for team damage then. And Burp get 1 XP. A soul altar? Oh yeah. Release a soul and I can get boon, right? Yeah. I think ally boon, like the power boon is like the best one by far. Nice. Hey, I kinda know how the void blitz work now. Because this one is really strong, so I'm just gonna do this one, apply sidekick. So Bird will now attack last because of that skill. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. So they tank. Oh, it staggers. I think this one staggers as well. And I think this kill... yeah, this kills both. Our team is so strong now. Crazy. Oh, I thought Burp is like the MVP here. Yeah, team damage is like the best. Force of Flowers. It heals all allies 4? Heal all allies. What? The doggo can heal so good? Cleanses 2 corruption from all allies on first use each combat. Cleanses corruption is huge though. This sounds stupid, but I feel like I want to get this one. Against target enemy. I just want to use this every combat to cleanse the corruption. Yeah, I'm doing it. Heal several 4, cleanses 2 debuff, free action. It's a free heal? Fire earth damage against all enemy. Oh, hi Narix. A free heal can be huge. And then generates one random ether. Is pretty not bad, I feel like. I mean, Dragon is kind of the dedicated support healer now. Yeah. And Banner? All allies gain +5 crit chance and 5 evasion. On action, 50% chance to generate random ether. This is so good! And that's common? It feels like that's like way better than common. Yet the Spring, Envoy, or Merchant. I have 27 gold, might not be as much. I still don't know what Envoy means. I feel like Aether Spring means it heals? Oh, I give money to cleanse corruption, I think. Oh yeah, it's that one, yeah. I don't need that. I wanna see what Envoy is again. Oh. I want drink water. Hi Solar. New game? It's a game made by Moirai Studios, who made Monster Sanctuary. One of my favorite team building game. And this is Aethermancer. Is Kobo feeling better than yesterday? A little bit. A tiny bit. Ixen? Oh my god, Takan. Swing Kobo with new big crane? I'm getting the mega uppies? Oh my god. Hi Ixen. Thank you Narix. Dragon Tail Raid? Heck yeah. Hi again Evie. Welcome Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I'm still kind of sick, so yeah, I'm pretty sure I still sound very weird right now, like the nose the nose blockage sound. Oh, you got the butt wiggle. I like that butt wiggle. Dragon tail raid? Give me a second. I want to mute the mic for a bit. Okay, I'm back. How was Roadcraft? I hope Roadcraft was fun. I feel quite weak today too, just waiting on dinner and I'll probably go nap. Yeah, nap sounds good. Nom Eevee gentle, Nom Kobo? You Nom Kobo not gentle? Or gentle? Oh god, that's big Nom. It's that's good. We unlock new crane. Heck yeah. Oh, I can choose. No go. No. No eating the kobold. Oh, hi. Void is the ever-destroying, ever-changing, ever-creating substance of the universe, a manifestation of entropy. Void materializes naturally when a body of enormous amount of ether dies, such as a star. Nobody knows then why an unprecedented amount of void would appear on Terraste at the fractured ruins of all places. I want artifact. Steals one enemy ether. Ooh. Okay. I got the whip. But Kobo's so sweet and snack-sized. But I don't want to get eaten though. Hi, Wildflower. Thanks for the 3 stream streak. Okay, we do Psychic. I think just attack. Get that sidekick again. And then do the team wipe. I didn't see what happened. I was coughing too hard. Mana generation systems? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, do the sidekick again. I want the doggo to heal actually. Cleanse the corruption as well. And yeah, do this one again. The little dog's so cute, I know! Yeah, just do the big heal. Nice. Nice. I really like the combat system now. At first it was like kind of confusing, but after playing it for a bit, the combat system is like so good. This is a soul gate. It grants access to a sacred room, but only to those willing to part with something that holds importance to their soul. Release a monster's soul to gain entrance? Do I still have that? A monster's soul was released and the soul gate starts moving. Your sacrifice was accepted. Okay. Oh, epic. On single target attack applies 2 weakness. single target. I guess weakness is like a more direct buff. Yeah, I'm changing it. An occult ritual circle, definitely a recent addition to its environment. It is dedicated neither to soul nor the monster deity. The isolated nature of the Forbidden Fortresses made it a perfect hiding place for unheard of religious groups that prefer to remain unheard of. The trainer has you rolling in laughter? These barrels exudes the foul stench of sulfur. They contain a thick red liquid. Without a doubt, it must be fermenting red wine. I can't indulge in it anymore, but those distant memories of my past life still remain. The new residents of the Forbidden Fortress certainly seems to feel comfortable in their home. Void be damned. Perhaps void enhances the flavor, who knows? We heat the soup. I think I want to give sidekick to the doggo. The dragon cute with the rolling, but dragon deals no damage, honestly. Wait, why do you have sidekick? That hurt? Oh no. Must heal. What if it grows out to be bigger? I've been spoiled. Maybe. Maybe it gets stronger? Nice, nice. Look at that cute chubby face. Did I ever show you my rotund boy? Rotund? Hey, follow Brecky. 16 damage psychic that time from the dragon? Oh! Always use the free action. Yeah, it's enough. Here's why they hit so hard. Oh my god. The wordiness level up is so loud. I've been squished. Nice. On dedicated support action, applies 1 force and sidekick to self. When an ally reaches 2 force stacks, it generates 2 random ether. While this monster has force, it gains +2 defense and take 1 less corruption for enemy attacks. Do you give force? I cannot re-roll. I want to take this, but I don't know if it's gonna work. I'll take it. Whenever sidekick is applied to this monster, it generates 1 random ether. Every 3 win ether consumed by allies, apply sidekick to self. Oh, healing +1. Whenever an ally is healed to full health, cleanses 2 corruption from them. Once per monster per combat. I didn't know the doggo could be healer, and a really good healer. This one is good. On this one. I think that works well with Draken. Dragon. Oh, that's a scary bat. Like this, right? Is that dedicated support? No, it's a support action. Nice. Burn is so scary though. How can I check my corruption? 528. Okay, yeah. Let's do this one. Dirk seems like a dedicated support, which is funny. Yeah, like Moirai Games is famous for every single monster is viable for any play, depending on how you build them. Like the previous game, Monster Sanctuary, you can play slime team, like a team full of slimes, and the slime, if built well, will smoke the game, like smoke the game. That's how cool the game is. Unlike Pokemon, where you have to have some like strong Pokemon to play the game, but in this game, every monster is strong. Every monster is viable, which makes like Moirai Studios, like I look up to Moirai Studio games so much. It's so amazing, honestly. Slangirl? I don't think there's Slangirl in Monster Sanctuary. Oh, what happened? Oh, what was that 24 damage? Nice. For every 100 healing of your allies, applies 2 power to each ally. On every 2 support actions, apply power to self. Applies 2 power. Power good. Combine 100 healing. Yeah, that's good. One random Aether... no. Monster Soul? I should probably go to the merchant. Look at that merchant, so cool. Your wares are quite specialized. Only the best, of course. You get your gold's worth when you come to me. How did you happen to come across them, actually? Oh, there are many things to be found in the void, just ripe for the taking. And the souls? As I always say, many things are known to us. I love the merchant, I see. Care to buy anything? On Introp is okay, I guess. Oh, this one relies on basic attack. Oh, I need this. Reactivate target monster. Oh, it's an artifact. I don't really need to use that much artifact, I feel like. I'll just buy the EXP. I like this more. Yeah. I can buy again. Good enough. Yeah, I need to craft more memento. That's a boss fight, I think. The void has chosen fire. Whenever an ally or enemy uses fire action, Star Spawn generates wild aether. Oh, crap, okay. Yeah, avoid using fire, but how can I avoid fire when all the skills kinda have fire? Yeah, wild aether meaning they can just spam the skill if they have a little wild aether, like I always do. I'll avoid using fire then. It's possible to avoid that. I'm just gonna become way weaker though. Mechanics. Hi, Kianix. Thank you, Evie. Right from the... Uh-oh. Right from the... Lion Pride. Oh! Welcome, Kianix. Thanks for the raid. How was Hollow Knight Silk Song? I hope that was fun. I'm a little sick, so I might sound weird here, but still, welcome everyone from the raid. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Silksong was great today. Made good progress at last. Heck yeah, that's good to know. Nice, nice. I'm playing Aethermancer. Hope you feel better soon. I was super sick also. Oh, last week myself. Yeah, feels like it's just the 6th season. A lot of people are getting sick these days. Kinda weird, but I'll be fine. Thank you. Two basic attacks? So not giving them wild aether is a good idea. Earth? Okay, so no more earth. So no healing from Dogo, but now I can do a lot of things. Imagine if they win. Wind element is gonna be so catastrophic. Oh, in one force. I gave them a lot of weakness. It still kinda hurts though. Oh my god. Fire? Okay. No fire allowed. Oh yeah, if you need any post-stream care mechanics, it's a little bit late, but definitely go do them post-stream care. Get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Thank you. Oh, that really hurt. Oh, that kills. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, I got Becky. It just one shots. What's the tide of... What's the tide again? I didn't see what the tide was. Uh-oh. I mean, they can keep attacking, so... I think those were crits. The Icy Assault is crazy. Yeah, that's kill. Icy Assault is just one shot. Is there a way to avoid that? I forgot about the things that I can do here. Oh, that triggers Psychic too. Oh my god, I could have won. Well. That kills. Just do it. Oh, thank goodness. Are they just dead? Oh. Apply Sidekick to self. 1 times 23 fire damage again. 26. Plus 5 damage for every stack of force. Deal 5 additional damage if the target is a shield. Apply Sidekick to self. Reactivates target ally. To a monster that already spent its turn, monster can be reactivated once per turn. Doesn't this essentially mean that I do this, I apply psychic to myself, and I can do things again. It's kind of a bonus free action, I guess. Only one way to find out. Not quite free, but trading actions. I mean, reactivate target ally, meaning that I can do things again. I don't use this one. You just lost a monster in your last fight. This happens to all Aethermancers eventually. You may use the map to teleport back to the monster shrine at the start of the zone to rebirth a new monster there. What? Oh, that's rough. Only one. What? I cannot rebirth them? That's really bad. Oh nah. Whenever an ally is healed to full health, cleanses 2 corruption from them. Healed to full health, huh? Yeah, Dirk died. Sure. First use of each combat. Oh, it's a dedicated heal. And this one is a free action. Shield target ally. Oh, this shield. Oh, shield, good. Every 3 consume regeneration applies power to the ally with the least amount of power. I mean, I need Wild Aether. Dragon was like so good with the supporting Wild Aether. Heals all ally. This one generates Aether. This one cleanses corruption. I have a lot of cleanse corruption already. I need some Aether, so I'm taking that one. Triggers after any action is used that is not an attack or a free action. So if I use a free action and I do this, it's going to be a dedicated support? Don't know what that means, but I guess that's what it is. This one is good. No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I can summon one more here. Get that. Oh! Double Toko? Double Toko is back? Why not Dragon though? On attack, heal the ally with the lowest health by 2 times 2. On every 3 attacks, apply power to self. I want to make Dogo like the dedicated attacker. So, yeah. 1 power on target ally is additional cost, generates wild ether. Free action. Damage against target enemy, heal all ally. Wow. On interact, applies 2 psychic to self. That's pretty good. For every 3 power applied to allies generates 1 random ether. 3 power applied to allies. Whenever Psychic is applied to this monster, generates 1 random ether. Psychic is applied. I don't really have like a dedicated cyclic applier. So, no. 1 for 5. Every 5 healing received by allies this round. This one also deals damage. Apply 2 force to all allies. Apply 2 temporary power to all allies. That is so good. Yeah, power generator now is good. Every 3 power applied to allies. So apply 2 to all, that's 6. I get 2 random ether from that skill. This time, I want to ask you a question, Child of Soul. Please call me Sirius. What is it? Why did you come here? When the void opened, I felt it was urgent enough to investigate. Interesting. So you just happened to be in the area? I sensed the opening of the void from quite a distance, actually. No offense, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being interrogated. Oh, we're just a concerned party asking questions is all. Fair. Care to buy anything? On single target attack, if the enemy have 4 or more ether, purchase 1 enemy ether. Wild conversion. First ether generated amount each into wild. Increase damage of earth hit by 1. One random ether and heals. Target monster generates 1 random ether and heals and shields them for 7. That's a good artifact. Oh, I don't have enough. Oops. Okay, we're getting blank memento. We don't need to buy experience for now. Let's save some money. Random NPC. I want to see what kind of random NPC I'm gonna encounter. Garden District? New place? You have no souls and can't remove any monster? Yikes. That's big yikes. Oh, hi. It's Sir Tiberion? Hail, fellow Void Delver. Ah, you have a terrible affliction upon you. Your head is on fire. That's just my face. I'm an Aethermancer. My name is Sirius. Ah, apologies. I never met an Aethermancer before. Let me introduce myself too. I am Sir Tiberion, a noble knight on his epic quest. I like to collect equipment, you see. Sometimes I'm even able to upgrade them. Let me show you what I can do for you. I'm trying to figure out what's in this mystery loot box. There's 2 pieces of equipment in there. How about it, my fellow Void Delver? Should we open it up and take 1 equipment each? You get first pick. Yeah. Yeah, just Ocarina is really good for... Oh, so that one is good? I mean, good choice. I got Ocarina. Yeah, I need a supporting thing, so there we go. Thank you. And persevere, fellow Veil Dweller. Every step you take brings you closer to the completion of your quest. Wow, thanks. Snake? Oh. This is Snake and a human. I'm already getting a bunch of debuff. That feels longer than usual. Oh, I don't know how to start. I guess I do this to generate ether. Need fire. Yeah, I don't even have ether generator now. It poisons their own team as well. Oh, there's a free action. Why is there poison damage? Heals target ally for 3 times 8, applies regeneration to all allies. I think it would be best if I just keep getting ether, since I don't really have enough. Kills straight up? Oh, it's the psychic that hurts. Can you attack? I mean, you can. What if I reactivate myself? I will need wind, which I don't really have, so I'll reactivate Dog. And I can bite them. And that kills? Heck yeah. Oh, this thing feels weird. Not enough Aether to like do things at all. 2 EXP? Heck yeah. One of Vigil's magical creations, a fruit which allows one to cultivate their own innate ability. Fittingly, it's called a cultivation. What? A product of a mix of careful cultivation and Aether crystal magic. The ripe cultivation fruit glistens invitingly, as any one of your monsters would certainly enjoy tasting it. Choose one of your monsters to receive the cultivation fruit, then choose one of its types. On the monster's next level up, the chances for skill of that type to appear will be heavily increased. And there will be at least one Maverick skill. The chosen monster also immediately gains 2 EXP. To dog? I guess I'll give it to dog. Power type. Gladly takes a bite of the cultivation fruit. 2 XP. Next level would be curated according to the power type. Cool. Is this a Maverick skill? Heal all ally, cleanses debuff, applies sidekick. Consumes 1 power, generates wild Aether. I guess I kinda need this. Oh, but consumes 1 power though. Maverick skills have the yellow text name. Oh, are they like good? I mean, feels like they're good, but okay-ish, question mark? Hi, Regaround, hi. I don't want more heal. This one requires too much Aether. I don't think I have enough. I'll take this one. No, I'll take this one. Two force tower ally, temporary power tower ally. Oh my god, decisions. I don't think... I'm changing this one. Yeah. Might have been a stupid choice, but I feel like I need something that I can generate Aether with. Is it? I feel like I'm super duper extremely lucky, since my first run I'm already at like 3rd zone. I don't know if the game's like being super nice to me. Bird? Oh my god, wait, that snake is so cool. Oh, that's more of a naga, but still. I kinda want that naga. Yeah, no power, right? 2 fire. 2 fire, 2 wind. This is so sad. Water, fire, ether. Okay, you do a basic attack, I guess? No, what does this do? On interrupt, applies dodge to all ally. That's win, okay. Yeah, this is what I mean by not having enough ether at all. It's so sad that my dragon died. Dragon is such a good support. Just, yeah, basic attack. Might have been a bad choice there. Ow? Basic heal. Oh, that breaks. It dropped though. Oh, on top it means that they're doing something? So if I do... If I do this, you won't be able to do the things that you want to do anymore? So it became basic heal. Oh. Consume 1 power on target ally as an additional cost. Who has power? Oh, everyone has power? How? It's a free action, I'll take it. This all becomes 1. If I stagger... This one's going to... Yeah, it's going to stagger that one. And I gain dodge as well? Oh. How'd they die? I want... What? Why'd they die? That's unfortunate. I want that snake though. Oh, I have blood pact. I have blood pact. Just buy them. Just buy them. Yeah, eat the cat. Eat the cat. It's fine. Nice. Free action. Apply 2 regeneration to self. Consume all regeneration stacks to deal 6 damage to target enemy for every stack consumed. Oh hey, this is the one that I like. But I can't really use this because I don't have enough. Like Mandragora here, its job is to create as much ether as possible. So I just gonna get max health. Actually just get max health. Is it a champion monster or just monster? I think I hit the snake. Did I hit the right snake? Yeah, I hit the right snake, okay. Yeah, first turn is like painful. If I take 2 fire, I don't have enough, so I guess first turn you just do a basic attack. Oh. Ow? Was it psychic? Oh, bird died. Oh no, bird died. Oh no. Why are they so painful? Great, now I cannot stagger them. Like, I have no health. They have so much health, I just realized. Oh, it did staggers. But it might be too late now. It's okay. Just stagger them. I need to at least get that memento. I feel like this is a lost cause, but I still want to try. Sidekick? Oh nah, I think that's death. I can't even get the memento. Wait, I staggered them. Right. Yeah, at least get this one. Yeah. Good enough. Good enough. You have the blood pack. Maybe you can tank until you win. Come on, Mandragora. Oh my god, 56 damage. That's the entire health. Why am I so weak? Wait. Well, there goes my first run. Welcome to Pilgrim's Rest, home to many different characters. Some of them can offer you permanent upgrades that will benefit you on your future runs, such as the soul bones offered by Lily, the witch. Try talking to some people and see what they have to offer you, okay? Bird? Capybara? Gustavo? Another Aethermancer, huh? Seems like that darn void attracts your kind like moths. Anyway, should mind my manners. Welcome to our humble village of Pilgrim's Nest, Pilgrim's Rest. The last stop before the fractured ruins. No place as civilized as ours in miles. Tavern Innkeep Judge Mayor. Pleasure to meet you, Gustavo. I'm serious. Alright. Likewise, anyway, as I was saying, another one of your kind arrived here just yesterday, there by the cliff just up ahead, and said they're an envoy or some such, here to study the void. Strange one. A lot of pilgrims come through here, you know. Never bothered to make a trip to the holy city myself, truth be told, but I hear it's magnificent. When it's not the end of the road, anyway. Ain't never seen two Aethermancers in a single day, though. We'll try to behave. Just one more thing before you storm off. Did you find any Aether crystals on the way here? Yeah. It's no secret that those crystals are valuable to our kind. Pilgrim's Rest would prosper if we had a steady supply of them. And I'm sure I could put in a good word for you with folks around here in exchange. You get what I'm saying? If I give you Aether crystals, people around here will help me out on my mission. Got it. Some of the others around here also wouldn't mind sharing their services with you in exchange for those crystals. Let me put it in plain terms. Lily the Witch and Elioth the Envoy seem interested in Aether crystals as well. But why don't you and I try to make a deal first? Are you looking to make a deal today, Sirius? Of course, as provisional mayor of Pilgrim's Rest, I'll see to the lawful distribution of those Aether crystals, as well as to your recognition as our benefactor. Gustavo can grant you perks that will benefit you on your future runs of the Void, granting you additional resources and improving the services of the characters you meet in the Void. Sure. Start each order 10 gold. Merchant discount. 1 additional discount. Memento start. Oh heck yeah, I like the memento start. And there goes all my crystals. I see you found your way here too. The void is truly treacherous, isn't it? I actually wasn't ordered to go inside, but nobody's ever made it into the console just by following orders. Now that you're here, I should mention, I'm trained in Aethermancer enhancement. Oh, I take it you're unfamiliar with it? It is a rather recently developed form of magic, one of the benefits as a follower of Aequilas. Indeed, I hadn't known about this yet. By utilizing Aether crystals, I am able to enhance the capabilities of other Aethermancers and their monsters. I'm not sure if the council will approve of it, but we do share a common goal, so I will make my services available to you. Thank you, much appreciated. Perform Aethermancer enhancement. No money though. One additional skill reroll. 1 max health for every level. Oh, wow, that's so fucking good. That's the problem. I feel like every time I level up my monster just stays at that HP and it's like a little bit too paper. Whenever you gain a new memento, the monster starts up with 100 worthiness. Oh. I should probably get this one, but I don't have crystals anymore. Oh, that's a nice visual. Oh, Lily. And so, how do you like Pilgrim's Rest? Cozy, isn't it? It's beautiful. It is, isn't it? It's amazing that what these people have managed to build here. I hope people don't give you too many odd looks. I think a lot of them doubt that an Aethermancer will help us out. I don't blame them for being skeptical. Terraste hasn't treated your people kindly in the past. That's why this place is special. I didn't grow up here, but it still feels like home to me. Anyway, let's not dwell on all that. You remember what I told you about my special ability, right? You mean soul bonding, right? Exactly. Soul bonding ensures that you always have your most trusted monsters at your side when you need them. I just need some ether crystals to perform my magic. How about it, Celiax? Let's establish a soul bond. I can soul bond with... I can soul bond with Tekken. Oh, these things are mad expensive. 70? These ones are only 30. Well, guess I cannot get that. I think that's it, right? There's not much else to look at. Let's start another run. Yeah, I can only choose burp. Good enough. The game is fun as heck. It takes a lot of brain power to think of a build, though. Schnook. What's your... While this monster has one or more force, it evades the first hit of each enemy attack and has retaliate triggers a 2x2 water fire attack against the enemy. So tank, right? Tank shoot force. Yeah, applies force to self on all of them. Having shield is really good. I'm taking Naga. Nice. Schnick. That's how you spell them, right? Nice. The tail looks so soft though, oh my god. Oh, it's you. I've heard many stories about your kind, Celiax. I hope nothing that paints us as too villainous. Villains? Nay, you are the heroes, guiding monsters towards worthiness, helping out across Terraste. That is certainly the idea. In practice, however, our history looks a little bit different. Don't worry about that ancient history. Besides, as fellow Void Delvers, we can help each other out. Yeah, let's pick an equipment. Mob damage +2, power chance, ether chance. On action, 33% chance to generate random ether. All allies gain crit chance and evasion. Applies 1 force to self. Ooh. I guess ether chance is good at first. Yeah. I'll give it to Burb. Burb. An altar. The top is a huge stone slab. Pretty heavy for sure, rather nondescript. It is probably dedicated to the monster deities, but it might as well be used by any number of different religious groups. To tell the truth, I've lost track of which cults are still around and which ones went out of fashion in the last centuries. One. Water, fire, fire, wind. Both needs fire. Morning, Akko. I mean, I'm not even trying to capture them anymore. Nice. Oh, Akko is doing it. Welcome. Blessed Pond, oh yeah. I go but actually woke up in the morning. Oh, I woke up early today as well. At least earlier than usual because I need to go to I need to go to the hospital this morning. I got raided and I'm a nerd. Oh no. Hello. Why are you feeling well? Not really. I wish I am, but I'm not. Unfortunately. Hi Nature Dragon, hi Term, hi Solar again, hi Celeste. Oh. Wait, let me do this real quick. What were you playing, Celeste? More Dragon? Very nice. Oh, you were playing Celeste, nice. And hi Candice Gardania. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Didn't raid into a stream, I'm already in. Mostly just chatting today, a chill stream. Nice, good. And chill stream is always nice. And playing marbles, nice. The marble racing thing, right? Also, welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Well, today I'm sick, so I've been sick for almost a week, unfortunately. But I'll be fine. I might not talk as much as I usually do because throat hurts, but I'm fine. Gonna head out feeling tired. I need to eat. Have good EP, Celeste. Dragon bits, exactly. I like dragon bits. You're sick of me. I never said that. Why? Apply psychic and force to self. And basic attack -1. I want to craft memento of... It's the only logical conclusion. That's the opposite of logical. I'm sick of how cool Zeus is. Brecky is sick of me. Yeah, so rude, being so cool and awesome all the time. Oh yeah, that's a retaliate. Oh, that kills. Okay, just basic attack. Nice, and then we can craft momentum. A Wolper Tinger? This snake is so cool. Psychic is also great. Apply all the babbies to Zeus. Yeah. Your monsters may sometimes learn Maverick skills. While most skills belong to one type, Maverick skill combine two different types, creating unique synergy. Each Maverick skill requires two specific types to be present among the monsters in your party. That's what it meant, okay. Whenever an ally evades a hit, apply Sidekick to them. Evade hit, trigger Sidekick, shield both attackers for 2. Oh! Oh, wait, that's really fucking good though. Yeah. On dedicated support action, heals target ally for 5, shields them for 3, applies 1 force to them. Retaliate shield self for 4. If this trait triggers 3 times, cleanses 3 corruption from self. 7 or more shield gain plus 1 damage and 15% crit chance. If I can get dragon here, this is crazy though. Any action is used that is not an attack or free action. So I need to do something first that is not an attack or free action. And then do the dedicated support to trigger this, I think. Then, I don't know. I'd rather take this one. The retaliate is good. I think it's only for Shineka themselves. I think it's for whoever triggers the dedicated support. I think, question mark? That one's not exactly clear, but only one way to find out. But I didn't take that, so no way to find out now. 2-1 corruption. Loot drop rare. I want loot drop. I like loot drop. I haven't been to a night portal. Should have taken it for science. Maybe I should have. Please have dragon. Where's my dragon? Is it like when they're gone, I need to capture them again? Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. You know what's funny? Dogo can be a healer as well, so I'll take it. But no way though, because I didn't capture Dogo at all, and then I can summon Dogo still. So I guess it's just random chance that what can appear in the shrine would be my guess. Ooh, oh. I had to do it. I don't know. This is a weird lineup currently. If I shield self, they might not hit the Schneck though, is the problem. It doesn't have taunt property, so I'll attack them still. Oh my god, this kills. I think just do a basic attack. Okay, now we have Sidekick. If I use 2 win, and 2 fire here, that kills one, and then it's gonna kill the second one. Oh, 1 more health. Oh crap. Maybe a crit? No crit? Unfortunate. I'll let the Dogo attack because Dogo has a chance to heal on attack. Nice. Deal on attack deals a hit with damage equal to the total amount of power in the party. For every 50 healing of your allies generates one wild Aether. I think this is a good start. Let's take that one. I cannot heal for now, but I know Dogo has powerful healing. A soul lantern, a resting place for roaming souls. The monsterkin took great care to construct and maintain them all across the fractured ruins. Reduces our grand health 5 to a monster. Increase the max health by 5. If you take a soul, you simply gain 1 soul instead, which you may use in a later run. Do I need that? 5 health seems huge. Let's release a soul and grant 5 health. I'll give it to the dog because for last run, the dog dies the first time always, so hopefully that helps. Can I do it again? Nothing left to do here, fair enough. New Kobo encounter, nice to meet you, little ball. Oh my god. Is that a dragon? Oh my god, dragon. I like dragon. Hi, horse dragon. Another dragon encounter. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. This Kobo likes dragon a lot. I want to check what's up here. Doing fine, I'm Dirk. Nice. Good to know, good to know. That's an ambush, right? That's chicken. I'll get this one. Never seen this game before, looks neat. It's very neat. It is still in early access currently. If you know Monster Sanctuary, this game is made by Moirai Studios. Monster Sanctuary is amazing. Why am I dealing damage to all of them? I'll stick at this one. Oh, I'm not dealing damage to all of them. Tatzo Worm. Tree Fire. Yeah, apply Sidekick. Any game that's free adjacent is already a step in a good direction to you. That's fair. If you like what you see, you might like Monster Sanctuary. Highly recommended. Give it a try. That one is like, think of Pokemon, but every single monster is viable late game, early game, anywhere. That's how balanced the game is. Nice. I already have that memento. I don't even have blank memento anymore. Tree Fire. So this one sidekicks. And then this is going to kill as well. Very nice. Is it not a Steam game? I don't see it. Oh, it is a Steam game. You found it? Okay, good. Good game. Highly recommend. Oh yeah, it is a Metroidvania as well. What should you say? Sanctuary. Oh, the second one. Sorry, I forgot. I'm sick, and I'm also not. I'm sick, and I speak Chinese. Sanctuary. Aether crystals, Aether spring, night. What's a night? I want to see what night is. Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, this is no more dragon. So weird. Since friend played this one actually. It's a Metroidvania. I've been playing a lot of these lately actually. Good. Honestly, I'm not really a fan of Metroidvania because I always get lost super easily. But Monster Sanctuary is good enough that that keeps me want to play the game more. So yeah. This collection of statues is likely related to a local Monster King tradition. I haven't seen anything like it anywhere else during my travels on Terraste. Oh, you're a knight. The history of the fractured ruins, just like every true Monsterkin, it has always been my dream to be here. To walk the pilgrimage path, pass through the ancient gates, see the beauty of the city itself. Same, never really played them much until very recently when I decided to play multiple in a row. Trying to get more into the genre by trying a few. I did try play a few Metroidvania. By a few, I mean Hollow Knight, I guess. Only Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight and Monster Sanctuary. These two games is the Metroidvania that I played. Hollow Knight is too confusing that halfway through the game I sort of just stopped playing it. The combat is fucking amazing. I wish I can play more of that, but eh. I got lost for like I got lost for 2 sessions in a row that I just be like, nah. Hollow Knight mentioned. What makes a game a Metroidvania? To my understanding, Metroidvania means that you will have steady progression through the map with your newfound traversing skills. Yeah, Ori is that as well. Ori is also Metroidvania. Basically what I started with too. Beat Hollow Knight less than a month. Nice. Like I love Hollow Knight's combat, but I cannot fathom how confusing the map is. I hate all games and people who know Ori would count. Yeah. That's I think the only one I really played. Hollow Knight's a really great game, but it's got a few comps that I don't really like. It's funny how I have 2 Ori games, but I played them only a little bit. They only show themselves to the most courageous and worthy of Monsterkin. That's what it said in the stories my mother read to me. Sadly, most of the Monsterkin I met in Pilgrim's Rest don't believe me, but I don't care. I will keep venturing into the void until the monster deities themselves recognize me as a Monsterkin true and noble. I like Blind Forest. It's nice. Like having to go back to a bench each time to fill out your map is one that annoyed me. I wouldn't expect to see a monster deity anymore, but I wish you the best of strength in your endeavor, and let me know if you do find one just in case. Thanks, much appreciated. I most certainly will, my friend. Alright, let's pick an equipment. Heal the ally with low health on support action. Second. It's a jar I don't play much, so it's tough for me, but I suspect it's pretty easy. I don't know. Never played Ori, looks pretty tough. It looks pretty though? Oh, I cannot read, oh my god. Oh, that staggers, but I don't have Memento. I hate this game. I don't have blank Memento, I cannot get the dragon. What? One fire, two fire. It's very pretty in my opinion, and the music is really nice. Ori? Ori in the Blind Forest? Yeah. You're a kobold? I'm a kobold. Hi Mars. Been a while. More Tekken. I'll stagger this. And I'll stagger this. Two wind, one fire. Okay, so get. I need to deal with the slime first. I can verify. I'm a couple. Oh my god. Oh, now these kills. I'll do it anyway. Why did that stagger? Ow, 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 ow. Reset action? I'll do this one first. There we go. A little spicy. Are you support? Are you support? Is bird support now? I mean, it heals all. Cleanses debuff. And applies psychic, 2 psychics to self. Applies 2 dodge to target ally. You got the Kobo as attack, but you also got Dragon. You're not tricking anyone. I did trick a few people actually, which is kind of funny. But the reason I put Dragon Tag in there, I feel like Dragon Tag is more common, so more, hopefully dragons will be easier to find this Kobo. Because I like dragons a lot. And Kobo is to self-identify. something like that. I like dragons, I know. I like Tekken too, a lot. I even have a dedicated dragon simping corner in my Discord channel. I use simp for dragons, yeah. That's not that good. Do I reroll? I reroll. 1 times 15 fire earth damage against the target enemy. On first hit crit, plus 2 poise damage. Oh! I like dragons too, what are the odds? No, liking dragons is something I could get behind myself. Good. A friend of Draco, hi! Welcome. And dragons are just neat, honestly. Applies 2 dodge to target ally. I could get behind the Tekken. Name definitely checks out. A dragon can always get behind me as well. Or the other way around. I don't know. Whichever works. I'll take this one. Unstable charm. 2 force the target ally. Against target. What? Hit them? You hit them? Volcanic guard. Redirect. The next enemy single target attack against any other monster to the party of the to this monster. It's torn. Snake is torn. Oh, this is so good.
Hello and welcome.
Taunt achieved. Thank you, Horse Dragon. I wanted that taunt exactly. At the start of your turn, shield cell for 2. I mean... right? Oh, did I say thank you, Horse Dragon, for the follow? Void Crystal Artifact. This one cleanses... yeah, equivalent exchange. I'll give gold to receive Aether Crystal. I think Aether Crystal is way more valuable in this game, so... and give me all the Aether Crystal. Ooh, what is this? Oh! What does this do? Generates wild ether? Oh my god, yes please. Two fire, 1 earth. No one generates earth though, that's a little bit awkward. I guess I can use this once. Oh, the snake is so cool. I have 1 more earth. I'm keeping that. Oh, that uses the wild. Oh, that's so cool. And it staggers? Oh my god. Get him! Oh my god, it's so good. Oh, only once. Oh, the redirect only happens once. You seem like a cute and shy Kobo. Oh no. Guess I could watch you for a while. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll do it again. This one's staggered? Ooh, I don't know. I can do this. It heals a little bit and then do this. Nice. That triggers Psychic? Wait a minute. That's kinda hype. Actually, no. 1 fire. 2 fire. I'm lacking. Got him. I need skill that can generate a lot of ether. Heal all allies for 3 times 7. Then if all allies have full health, applies power to self? That's kind of useless. if I want to give, like, if I want to give it, I want the dog. I want the dog to be the dedicated healer. So if only I get the power, it's kind of useless. I mean, the heal is huge, like huge heal. But considering that the last run I get one-shotted by all monsters, makes the huge heal a little bit bleh. It needs to be all ally have full health. Oh. I'll get this for like emergency cases. 21 healing is pretty likely to full health. Yeah, very likely. That's why it's nice to have utility on top of just healing, like other means of damage negation. I need more ether generation, essentially mana generation, because currently I'm extremely lacking in terms of like mana. I need more. This is a void meteorite, a fragment of a dying star that has landed here. They are quite rare. Something must have pulled it here by force. The Void Meteorite can bestow an elemental affinity perk to one of your monsters, enhance a monster's basic attack and deal damage of the respective element and generates an additional ether of that element. Ooh. Who uses basic attack a lot? No one, right? Hi, Sorrow. Have good luck. Thank you, Sorrow. This game looks cute. Amazing, this game. I love this game. You have 23 HP? I think I have 3. No one uses basic attack as much, I feel like. I'll give it to... Doko? No, Doko is healed now. Give it to Burp then. You have fire, wind, water, fire. Water, fire, fire, water. I think fire is more useful here. A lot, like these 3 monsters all have fire. Snake Retaliate counts as basic. I'm pretty sure that doesn't count as basic. No. Basic is just normal attack that helps generate more mana. I'll give fire. Sorrow Q? Agree. Wait, where'd I go? Oh, down here. Merchant. Loot drop. Witch? I have enough ether crystal. If I go find the witch, I can soulbound dragon. I can soulbound yep. I'm going for the witch. We chew. There's something noble about your naga. It looks like a fierce warrior, but it's also a powerful protector. It must make you feel really confident to have it by your side. Thank you. Oh wait, you don't. Oh, that soulbound only happens at the town. Oh. Reroll an action of a monster. Trait of a monster. I would like to reroll for probably Yoko. I want to change out Aqua Pound. To gain this knowledge, Dumbledore has to forget one of its current skills. This one. Do they just not generate... Do they not have skill that generates more ether? I'll reroll once. Yeah, I guess not. Apply Psychic to self, reactivates target ally. I guess? Yeah, Dragon is just not here anymore. Like, for what other reason? You can make Snake spam with enough mana. Like, the problem is like there's not enough mana. That's why I'm like continuously re-rolling skills to get mana. Apply Psychic to self. Uses Earth and Wild. Oh wait, no, it uses Wild and... Oh. So yeah, this one have to basic attack. If I basic attack this, I get more mana. I reactivate this. I can get more mana again. I'm finding the urge to buy this. I got lucky enough. I got the laptop in Counter-Strike, and I sold that for quite a good amount of money. And I can buy this. I think I sold it for 13 ringgit. And plus what I had before, it's enough that I just have to like pay just a little bit to buy this game. It's like, very, very nice. This is a weird play, but watch this. It loses poise quite a lot. Do ringgit break down to smaller money, or is it the smallest money? Ringgit is ringgit. Eh? Oh, ringgit breaks down to sen. Like satu ringgit, satu sen. Does ringgit become a different money? I don't think ringgit can become a different money. Unless I'm understanding that wrong. Ringgit cannot become peso or something like that. Unless you go to like a money changer, then yeah. Yeah, sen, but it's more sen because Malay. Oh, they also have volcanic guard. What is that damage? Does that cause retaliation? $100 to 1 ringgit? Yeah. 100 ringgit to... No, ringgit is just ringgit and... Huh? I... don't know... Am I missing something here? Am I this dense? Wait, that causes for what? How does it cause 2 retaliation? Gonna need healing. So, no taunt this time? Unless I do this. It's just a silly name, I guess. What is that damage? Oh my god. Whoop. There goes Schnick. They're doing 20,000 damage and I do 1 damage. I get it that they're a boss, but still. But still, right? Still. This monster can copy the last 2 enemy actions and use them once? Purge is the same amount of elements of ether as were spent on the action. Purchase 1 enemy ether. That explains it. For every 5 ether purge, ether stolen or weakness applied by the party applies power to self. That's why. Increase damage of each hit by 1. I don't think they steal a lot of ether, but they do cause a lot of weakness. Even though there's no skill to cause weakness, but they keep causing weakness for whatever reason. I'm not gonna like, yeah. I'm gonna go to the next one and see if I can summon something else. Critical regeneration poison. On crit applies poison. This monster gains 4 crit chance for every poison stack on enemies. Retaliate applies 1 temporary power to self. Every 7 times this trait triggers, applies 4 burn to each enemy. One, 2 fire damage against self. So you can hit yourself and keep triggering this. It's a free action. I mean, this one's kind of funny. I'll get the chicken then, I guess. I have good friends. I asked them to help convince me not to buy this game right away. They do this by buying me the game. I figure as much. On attack consumes out up to 1 fire ether to deal a 5 fire damage hit. On attack consumes up to 1 fire ether. Oh. Whenever an ally evades a hit, generates wind ether. At the start of combat, an on-dedicated support action applies 1 dodge to self and shields each ally for 2. I guess I can play support for the chicken. Applies redirect to self, it's a free action. So I suppose you're trying to close the void, eh? If at all possible, yes. Why? There are some who believe the void to be sacred and who would certainly try to hinder your progress. Not us though. The way we see it, the void's just a byproduct of something bigger that happened in the fractured ruins. As a concerned party, we're interested to see what will happen next. And as a child of soul, it's certain you have a bigger role to play in this. I see, so that's why you've been following me around? Exactly. Something big must happen around you sooner or later, we just know it. I suppose that's true. Cared about anything? Grant each hit 50% chance to land a crit? Does chicken have single target attack? I think they do. Random NPC. Epic? I want epic. Sure expected it too, but I was like, nah, surely they won't right now. They will. I don't get it. How do I even get more dragon? I guess that's good. When an ally reaches 2 force stacks, it generates 2 random ether. I'm taking this for a chance to create more ether. How? I'm not too sure. I think I parried. Yeah, I did. Fire and wind. This one 2 wind. I dodge to self. They're made of soup? They're made of soup. Why is the space program funding the studio? The space program? Who? Oh, they need force. No, not yet, that sucks. Everything feels so lackluster. Everything feels extremely lackluster. I guess you can get your memento. This game, it says, produced with funding from the Ministry of Science, Research and Space. With what I think are German flag colors, I assume it's a German studio. I never looked into that, so I had no idea. I'm gonna assume the reset action is what the enemy has, but not what I have. What? What? This kills. Ooh, that really hurt.
Hmm. Hmm. I can get this one as well. Gargoyle. Mini book. As long as this monster has sidekick, other allies gain +2. On attack, heals the ally with the lowest health by 2 times 2. Whenever an ally is healed to full health, cleanses 2 corruption from them. Sure? This team definitely feels very weird. I don't think I need to heal. I'm just gonna take this turn to just fully
As much Aether as possible. Oh, give me a second. Oh, sorry, I didn't mute myself just now. Oh. Yeah, I was blowing my nose. I thought I muted my mic. Oh, I'm so sorry. That must have been disgusting. Blah, I'm sorry. I sincerely thought I muted my mic though. Now I feel bad. Oh, I can't believe I didn't mute my mic though. How could I do that? Crap. At least this kills. I wanna use that skill again. Hi Metal. At least you don't fire the power of the garbage dump. What? Garbage dump? I don't think I've reset. I don't think I can reset action. Can you keep doing this? Are you just gonna like keep getting wild essence? Oh, wild ether. So sometimes gets one, sometimes gets two? That is 16 burn. Any action taken after will die. I don't have enough. $16 burn. Two, one. Okay, that's enough to do that. So I'll do this once. Yeah, I'll just kill. Wow, I really hate not having enough ether at all. Three times 2 wind damage against. Like, nothing gives ether. Whatever skill they have, it's not gonna help. Applies dodge and redirect to self. Shoot self for 4. I mean... Yeah, retaliate is good. I'll just take this one more, thank you. I think there was like one more place I haven't gone to yet. Got Maltino milk? Heck yeah. I don't like not having enough ether. But maybe letting Bird doing this is pretty good. I want to get one sidekick. Ow. Okay, I'm feeling some synergy for this team now at least. What? I hit myself? No, don't do that. Oh, that suddenly hurts a lot. Did it just purge my... Oh, it's purging more of my... Okay. Yeah, so it looks like when Bird does the sidekick, it's going to be a lot of buff going on. Why did I reactivate you? Okay, a little bit of synergy, I guess? It's just really, without much ether, it's kinda tough to play. Ooh, Pokemon? Haizri. It kinda is Pokemon, but way better. Who is that? Paul? Oh no, what now? Just when I narrowly escaped that other group of monsters. But don't worry, I'm just an Aethermancer. I mean you no harm. An Aethermancer? So you're not gonna have your monster chase me around around the void? Of course not. My name's Sirix. Who are you? I'm Paul. Excuse me, it's just that I never even met an Aethermancer. The Pokemon company is always listening. Yeah, this game is way better, because every monster seems viable in this game. Let alone being this close to monsters for such a long period of time. I'm kinda freaked out, but I'm worried that if I scream, your monsters will suddenly attack me. I apologize, I didn't mean to scare you. The path behind me should lead you back outside of the void. I'll be on my way. Alright. By rescuing this character, you and your monsters have formed a bond to Pilgrim's Rest. Receive 2 corruption cleanse. Ooh, okay. Don't mind me, I'll just head back to Pilgrim's Rest once your monsters are out of sight. Right, thank goodness I came back here. Book? Oh, my chicken has 31 corruption? That's really bad. What's cook? I'm going to cook. Sidekick shield power. I don't know when can I get my dragon back. Oh, who are you? Myrn? Well, what do we have here? Another one of those ghastly void creatures. I'm an Aethermancer actually. My name is Sirix. I mean you no harm. An Aethermancer? Your kind doesn't come around Pilgrim's Rest often, do they? Or at least they don't show up at my restaurant anyhow. That would make sense. Our kind doesn't eat or drink. Oh, ghastly. Well, I suppose we won't have much to talk about then. Goodbye, sir. Unless those monsters of yours happen to have a better appetite than you do? And certainly. What do you have in mind, chef? Or you can call me Myrn. My dishes will bring the best out of your monsters. I just know it. If they can stomach it, that is. I never hold back on my spices, you see. I see. You make my monster stronger, but at a price. Seems risky. Risky? Risk the most important spice of life. At the cost of corruption? A glowing object here wrapped in tin paper. Look what I made. What do you mean? It's a bread roll. This is one of my void and rich recipes. Sure, your master will take a bit of corruption, but it will also get stronger. And that's that. 1 corruption, 6 corruption, 31 corruption. Bird can have it. On attack, deals an additional 2 damage hit. Oh. Wait, shield generator is kinda huge, you know? Oh, it'll be huge for the tank. I think hit +1 is really good here. Yeah. Thank you, chef. A soul altar. Crude altar crafted by the monsterkin. Release a soul. Oh, yeah. Apply 3 burn to our enemy. Heal boon. Power boon. Power boon. So up there also have monsters? Oh, that's really bad. I cannot heal. Oh boy. Okay, we good. Oh? I think it's best to keep them at full health. Oh? Did you just attack twice? They somehow can attack twice and now I'm all... What? You're kidding. And they keep purging. When your allies spend 2 ether of each element, Unleash 2 may be used once. Uses a powerful action without spending ether and as a free action from a choice of 3 random actions. That is insane. Oh my god, that is insane. Okay. Alright, okay. Oh. Like, no matter how cool or how strong the skill is, without Ether, everything is useless. Sidekick damage +1. Increase damage of sidekick on allies by 1. On allies? Okay. I think there were... 36, oh my god. I don't know how this thing works as well. Every power applied to allies generates 1 random ether. On win action for any ally. On win action on... is used to that cost win ether. Oh, shield that ally for 4. I guess that's good. Apply temporary power to target ally, then shield for 2 for each power stack. Apply psychic to self. Two times 4. Damage against all enemies. On interrupt, applies power to self. The problem is we don't have healing right now, so... Sorry I'm late, what I missed? Just me playing this game. This game is fun, but the ether generation is kind of... wonk. I mean, I guess it's the game, right? You can just use basic attack, but I don't like that. Instead of shields on allies vanishing at the start of the turn, half of all shields are retained rounded up. Every 4 hit evaded by... I don't think they can evade. Or no skill to make them evade. Deals a hit with damage equal to the total amount of power in the party. I'd rather get that one actually. I have no name brain right now. Also, hi, Sonic. Shoot all allies for 4. Applies temporary power to all allies. I guess that's good. That helps a little bit. Okay, we still have a lot of shields. Maybe I have to rely on shield then. I think for the gargoyle, just spam this one. It's pretty good. Yeah, just get this one first. Hey, that's a lot of shields. You brace twice and then you can attack again? This monster can copy its last action and use it once, with its cost replaced by Wild Aether and as a free action. So that's what it was. I was like, what? Why does that look kind of jank? Yeah, this kills. Two, one. Must protect chicken. That's a lot of damage. Alright, we good, we good. The shield is pretty strong. Deals damage to all enemies equal to the amount of shield on this monster. Shield, then shields for 2 for each power stack. I guess I'll get this one. On dedicated support action, heals target ally for 5, shields them for 3, applies 1 force to them. Burp is not the support though. While this monster is forced, it gains +2 defense, take 1 less corruption for enemy attacks. I guess I'll get this so that it can have like more sidekick, I guess? This must be Torment's Blessing, a desperate attempt by the fortress's final commander to defend the holy city against Gotland's army. Witness the result of Commander Torment's experiments with the dark arts. By submerging the equipment in these cursed waters, it grows stronger but at a price. Torment's Blessing allows you to grant a special upgrade to one of your monster's equipment. You may choose one of 3 rare affixes, but the equipment also gains a curse affix, which can never be removed. Oh. I wonder how bad the curse affix is going to be. I'll give it to Bird. Health +10. Shield generator. Burn chance. On action, 66.6% chance to apply 1 burn to self. That is crazy. At the start of your turn, cleanses 2 debuff from this monster. 66.6% chance to apply 2 terror to self. To my understanding, burn in this game doesn't go away, right? When this monster consumes Aether to use an action or gets interrupted, deals X fire damage to it, X equals amount of stacks. Burn doesn't go away. That's crazy. Wow, this thing actually sucks ass. Like, here's the thing. Here's what I see, right? If I take shield generator +2 every turn, it's cool, right? But if I prolong the fight for too long, burn is eventually going to make bird kill itself, right? Debuff cleanse is negated by terror chance 66.6%. Because it's 2 terror, right? It's 2 terror to self. That means I will not be able to cleanse any debuff on me. And 66.6% is quite high, right? Only this one I feel like okay, but purging Aether currently is kind of bad too, since I'm like I don't have enough Aether to do my thing. So honestly, all of these actually sucks ass. I'll just get the health 10. and I get worthiness out of it? That was a weird one. I didn't think the curse is going to be that detrimental. I can go to the merchant. Welcome to the Forbidden Fortress, Cyrix. Beautiful, isn't it? It's messy. Ah, that is true. Things has been a bit difficult to maintain ever since the Void opened. Of course, the Forbidden Fortress is our home. That explains some things. Care to buy anything? Oh. Okay, I think that's good enough. So this boss goes wild.
Yep.
Oh, yep. Okay, okay. That grants me shield. Oh, hi Nex.
Care what you're doing right now,
Nexus
Kobo, but
Dragon.
you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Eat Nexus. I think I just kinda want to spam shield. Yeah, I want to spam shield. Also, I hope Nexus is doing good. Welcome, Draken. That's a stagger. Oh, that's death. Oh, thank god I have enough shield to tank that one. Oh boy. Oh, yeah, GG. Icy Assault just one-shots everything, no matter how many shields I have. Fun. Maybe I'm just like, I'm not supposed to be this far early on, I'm pretty sure. Like, this is my second run, and I'm already this far. My first run I went to the third map.
To the point where you must win, right? I guess it's also a matter of luck. A little bit. But for this boss, no. Actually, no. Since this boss just do Icy Assault on every second turn, so it's just gonna one-shot what I have. It happens the first run as well. Or that. It's the first time I see that attack. It's the base stat difference between me and the enemy is way too big. So here's what I think, right? As the second run of the game, I'm not supposed to be this far. That's why. Yeah, it's kinda scary. Is it one of those bosses where you're supposed to lose, or... No, I'm not supposed... there's no scripted loss in this game. Supposed to train up a lot more? I believe that, yeah. I remember how I got to know about it, I just happened to come across it in my travels. Same thing for me, except that it was about 100 years ago. Has it changed much since then? It has grown. Okay, I'm gonna establish a soul bond. Soul bond with Wormling. It's so important. It's a roguelike game, yeah. Like, Dragon is so good. Dragon is crazy good. Like, I got spoiled the first run with how strong Dragon is. I'm sorry I reacted the way I did in the void. Oh, it's Merchant. Dot dot dot. We love dragons. Dragons are great. Dragons are neat. Dragons are neat. You truly are following me around, aren't you? I told you big things must happen around you and we wouldn't want to miss them. Besides, we do have some business to attend here too. We're tangled in the town's most inner workings, so we do have to visit from time to time. If only you could have a whole team of dragons. Yeah, if only. We love to chitter-chatter, but I need to get back to our wheelings and dealings. Talk to you soon. I love Merchant. In my brief time here, I have come to two conclusions regarding the massive void phenomenon. One, it is growing at a slow but steady, inevitable pace, which means it will eventually devour all of Terraste, theoretically speaking. Two, its central point is at the center of the former holy city Vigil, beyond the fractured ruins. So, if there is a point of origin to the massive void phenomenon, that is it. Beyond the fractured ruins at the center of Vigil? Thanks, I'll head there right away. Should you fail in your quest, your body will rematerialize at the stone circle next to that village outside the void. Good as new. Your monsters will be quite dead, however. Yeah, definitely getting this one. And the skill reroll stun is good. I'll do one more run. You've been talking to the other Aethermancer? They are always just looking for a way to show off their book learning. I don't subscribe to the whole idea that the void is just gonna keep growing and swallow up Pilgrim's Rest. My great-grandfather and my great-grandmother built this tavern here with their own hands. They were there when Pilgrim's Rest became what it is today. They saw the fractured ruins, a place teeming with all sorts of monsters, and turned it into something hospitable, a home. I'm not about to spit on their legacy. Anyways, let's calm down and see if we can make some sort of deal, huh? Five additional corruption. Oh! Makes HP meal upgrade. Oh my god, I need that. Oh, yeah, this is what I mean, right? This is what I mean. I guess I'm not supposed to be that far. Yeah, I can do one more run. Let's bring Dragon. When Dragon is very support in this game. Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. There we go. Imagine my shock, Sirius, when I first arrived here and found the entire fractured ruins lost inside the void. Not only that, but the void also threatens all of the good people of Pilgrim's Rest, maybe even Terraste itself, I am not sure. But I know that I will put a stop to it. Are you sure? It's quite dangerous to be inside the void. Even though you are much more resistant to ether poisoning than humans, the void still dismantles your body the longer you stand in it, especially the deeper you go. It's best to support from outside or at most from the void's outer radius. Nonsense! Us monster kin are tougher than you might think, especially me. I don't fear the void should fear me. My sense of heroism doesn't allow me to sit by idly. Also, I don't want to miss out on an opportunity to see the fractured ruins, as well as the monster deities. Fair enough. Oh. On support action, converts one random Aether into Wild Aether and shields self for 2. This is so good. For Dragon. On support action, right? Uh-oh. Dragon stuck? Dragon stuck? Dragon stuck. Well, I mean, I couldn't help you. You're too big. Door stuck, Gordon. Door stuck. There we go. What if I go back that place? Oh no. Oh, oh! I love when this happens. A dragon being dumb, I love it. I mean, usually it's Kobo being dumb all the time. This is a soul gate. It grants access to a sacred room. Oh, release a monster soul. I think I have that. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Poor Dirk. It's okay, Dirk is fine, Dirk is fine. Nice. Oh, that staggers. Oh my god, that kills. That happens and give shield and give wild ether. That's why. That's why dragon is so good. I'll do it again. And I'm just loaded in wild ether. Yeah, honestly, I think I just got spoiled by dragon on my first run. Healing +1. Whenever an ally is healed to full health, cleanses 2 corruption from them. I'll take this one. Psychic attacks from allies deal 2 times 2 damage hit. Oh! Yeah, this one is good. Oh, it's getting dark. So nice when dragon spoils Kobo. Exactly. I like being spoiled. Also, give me a moment. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark here. Yeah, I'm back. Thanks for pet. I want loot drop rare. Well, that's perfect. The perfect team. We got Schnick, we got Tekken, we got Bert. Oh, nice. I can see myself spend time in this game for at least a few hundred hours. Well, not a few hundred hours, but for a long, long time. Alright, I'm gonna start with heal. And get that wild Aether. And then get that sidekick. And then get that sidekick kill as well. Nice. Never seen that skill before. Oh my god, what is that damage? What the hell? What the hell is that damage? Why does my chicken doesn't have that skill? Explosive rush. Also, hi Nuclear. Welcome. Nice. Hope Nuclear is doing good. I should probably deal with the chicken first. The Nuki just woke up. Oh, hope you have a nice sleep. One health, 3 health. Staggers this one as well. think I'll hit this. Let Snake kill that one. Yeah, that's a double kill. Oh, perfect. So make you a bit stiff and in need of stretch. Stretching sounds good. Like, you know, the moment when you wake up and you do a huge stretch when you first stand up from the bed. That first stretch of the day, I don't know if it's just me, but it always feels so good. Like heckin' amazing even. Heal all ally for 6, shield all ally for 3. Free action? Oh, it needs a lot of mana. But this could be huge though. I'm taking this one. 4 stacks on allies now only apply to the first hit of each attack. Allies deal +2 crit damage for every stack of 4s on them. Deals a hit with damage equal to half this monster's shield rounded up. Not that good, I feel like. I wanna reroll. +2 max health for every level it has. 1 crit damage for every 20 max health. Okay. Okay. It does. It does. It's so good. I know, right? I'm glad it's not just me then. Not too sure what to do here. One is one, I guess. In 1 health. Look at Dragon. Oh my god, Dragon is... I'm being spoiled. I'm actually being spoiled by Dragon. It's crazy. That's a lot of heals. Get him. Nice. You figure out how to build Dirk? What's the secret? Oh? Dirk is good on its own. Like everything Dirk does is so fucking amazing. 2 times I got Dirk, 2 times Dirk is like the huge mega MVP in any team that I have. You were saying I wasn't doing great damage. That's because it's a support. I complain that it doesn't do much damage, but the support it does is extremely crazy. I don't remember complaining about Dragon not. I mean, I say, not even complain, that Dragon don't do enough damage because the support it does is actually kinda crazy. Every stick of force, 5 is when you target a shield. Hmm. I mean, Dragon is kind of a dedicated healer and support, so I'll reroll again. Yeah, I remember this skill being like the huge MVP as well. Yeah, I like it. On interrupt. Better than nothing. Give gold. Guess I'll go to Envoy. Oh, it's him. I've come to notice something. There seem to be hidden places within these areas, places that only our monsters can sense. To other beings like us, they portray themselves as inaccessible terrain, hidden behind a barrier that mimics the surrounding landscape. I tried lifting the illusion in vain. Our monsters somehow seem to be the key to revealing what's still behind, though I have yet to discern how. I can only advise you to stay mindful of your surroundings as well. And thanks for telling me this, I will keep an eye out for them. Purchase 2 enemy Aether. Consume all your Aether, then generate 7 random Aether. It's good on early game, I guess, for the deck of cards. think there's no need. Two misses? What the? Why do you have fire ritual that I don't? The animation was so cute though. Dragon has damage, holy shit. I kinda need my tank to be a free direct. That would be nice. And hi again, Nixon. Release a soul to grant. Oh yeah. No gift dragon. Oh, nice. Oh, there's two dragons. Wow. Use target ally for 15, cleanses 5 debuff from target. Oh, that's really good though. How come your mom lets you have 2 dragons? Right? It's so unfair. I want 2 dragons as well. I don't have fire ritual, but they have. Fuck that. That pissed me off so much. That actually pissed me off so much. I have no words. No words. No words. That was stupid. Extremely stupid. Ah, Pilgrim's Rest. Truly a peaceful place, wouldn't you agree? It is. Since the few times I've been here, I've really grown quite fond of it. It is something idyllic not many places have. Well spoken, I most certainly agree. It's nice to simply relax here after a hard day's work and to talk to other monsterkin. It would be even nicer if not threatened by the void. Oh, that reminds me. I might be able to improve your tracking skills, helping you find rare monsters and uncover new paths. In return, could I ask you for some of the ether crystals you've already found? I will potentially need them. What do you need them for? You see, I'm thinking about asking Gustavo to connect me to a blacksmith so I could... a blacksmith that could craft Aetherium armor with them. So in case he knows someone, I want to be prepared. I can't go there empty-handed now, can I? Alright, sounds good. Really splendid. And Sir Tiberian can grant you perks that allows you to find rare monsters and uncover new paths in the void. Shifted monsters have altered base attributes. The chance for regular monsters to be shifted is 5% for champions, and hidden monsters the chance is 15%. Pilgrimage. Additional rare hidden monsters can appear in the pilgrimage path. Ah. To make a monster reveal secret areas nearby. If you stand close to a secret area, your monster will show an exclamation mark above them. That's pretty good. I want to get this one first. Is this that Kobo game? No. I don't think I've seen a Kobo in this game still. Also, give me a second. Again. I don't know the Kobo in this game. Not to my knowledge, they are a child of soul. Thinking of the one that's similar to Vampire Survivor? Yark Survivor? I have the game. You've talked to Gustavo, yes? I hope you will be supporting our joint venture. Sorry, what do you mean? The ether crystals. Gustavo has told you, yes? They are very important to me and Sally. I get that, but what does Mayor Gustavo have to do with it? Why, the crystals go to me, of course. Who else would be fit to handle them? Ah yeah, I've been wondering about that. Trading ether crystals is somewhat of an illicit thing, isn't it? By human rules, yeah. But why should Monsterkin listen to humans? Especially here near the fractured ruins where humans never dare to threat anyways. We're not hurting anyone, you see? Me and Sally, we know how to move the crystals. Yet the crystals are only dangerous when they come close to humans or animals after all. Also, Pilgrim's Rest profits from our wheeling and dealings, of course. I see. Not exactly how Gustavo put it, but I suppose it makes sense. Yeah, it's... I'm pretty sure that's a game you mentioned. I pressed the wrong thing. Ay, ay, ay. I haven't played it for a while, but I have it. You play as a kobold in a vampire survivor kind of thing. Sadly, it looks like the game is not getting much update now, so yeah. Yeah, it's a different game. This one is Aethermancer. We need more kobold games? A lot more. Never enough kobold game. You told me you came across Pilgrim's Rest by happenstance. What were you doing in the area? Some other monsterkin wanted to see the holy city. They wanted somebody alone who could mix healing potions, so of course they asked me. I was bored, so I agreed to go. Without payment, of course. I just wanted to see the holy city. And so I saw the holy city, as well as Pilgrim's Rest. The perfect place of rest for a weary pilgrim such as I. Once we got this void business under control, can you do me a favor, Syriax? When you are traveling across Terrestre again, if you meet any monsterkin, please do tell them about Pilgrim's Rest. I will. I don't think I have enough Aethermancer. Aether Crystal. Syriax, be straight with me. Do you really believe you can close that darn void? Can't promise anything. To tell the truth, I still don't even know for sure if the void can be closed. I appreciate the honesty. Let me be honest too. I don't think there's anyone around here apart from you who stands a chance of closing the void. So basically, I'm putting all my trust in an Aethermancer. What else is there to do for a mayor at the end of the world? I like being honest. Keeping it real always. Perhaps you're wondering why we Aethermancers can remain inside the void without our monsters. The void is a force of entropy that dissolves and reverts any matter into ether when exposed to it long enough. We Aethermancers are beings of pure ether given consciousness by the will of soul. As beings of pure ether, we are more susceptible to the harmful influence of void. It's only the bond to our monsters that allows us to safely exist within the void. Our monsters grounds us to the material world, so to speak. And we are duty bound to them. Philosophically eloquent. I like it. Right, that run doesn't count. Oh, that's weird. No bird here. I'll try this one. Poison? That one looks like a foxsnick. Nick. Nick. Or will it be better if PH changed to Nick? I think I like this one more. Nick. For Nick. Right, for Nick it is. Oh, it's you again. If you ask me, those monsterkin that chose to stay in Pilgrim's Rest are completely foolhardy. Especially the ones that are venturing into the void alongside us. They may not feel it, but the void is slowly corrupting and destroying them. For their sake, I sincerely hope that we will find a way to close the void sooner rather than later. 1. I'll get this one. Jotan, Taser Worm, and Mandragora. I don't know who Jotan is. We cannot stagger them. We cannot stagger any of them. That's a little poison on one turn. Nice.
Hello, and welcome.
Best friend doll? Thanks for the follow. Also welcome. I'll get the chicken. Aethermancer, yay! Heck yeah. First session of this game. Having fun so far, but sometimes my dragon get one shot and it's just like, ooh. And by sometime I mean just now. My dragon got one shot, it's like, oh shit. I immediately leave. gonna reset next turn, I think. Oh. This should kill. Oh, so the more worthy a monster is, it's gonna become just like stronger in general. +1 healing is pretty huge. Every 7 ether consumed by allies generates 1 ether. I feel like this one is only okay. I'll get this one. Crit chance on every 3 crits generates 1 ether. Wow. Viral healing? Whenever allies heal for 50 or more in the same turn, triggers poison on all enemies. That's okay, I guess. I like this one more. Yeah. At the end of combat, 2 corruption. You have 4. 5. If Neck can have that. Void Meteorite. I think you should get more fire. I still don't know what's the difference between Envoy and all of these. Is Envoy... Don't know what Envoy is, but I do like loot. I want loot. Tank shield force. Psychic power heal. When this monster is 1 or more force, evades the first hit of each enemy attack and has retaliate. I kinda want this one still. Now we have a Schnick and we have a Fnick. Oh. I think that's not bad. Why are they dragging their pee-pee on the ground? Who? I suddenly don't know what to do. Oh my god, the kills. That's kinda scary. Oh, I should kill this one first. Oh, that kills. Maybe Finneck is not bad. Hit +1. And keep going. Receive Aether crystals. Two dogs. Ooh. No crit. We really need to deal with the corruption. I mean, last round was good, but It's just dumb stuff happened. I'll just take the kill. Something out with these wolves? Why they mutated? I mean, that's how the game designed them, so I don't know. Maybe there's lore behind why they are like that, but I didn't see that. I mean, that one's already staggered, so I can just ignore that one for now. Regeneration goes crazy. Why Dragon does so much damage? Nice. Just wrote a little script that will play a noise for me if I forget to unmute. Oh? Oh, that's awfully nice. Heck yeah. At the end of your turn, if this monster has less than 8 shield, shield self equal to the difference. That's really fucking good, no? But I feel like I want to have the redirect one. I'll take this one first. Crit chance. I'll just take it. Nice. This should kill. Like, it feels like sidekick. And sidekick is pretty good. Oh, that's really bad. Nice. Mutant wolf sounds hard. One head could kiss you, one head could bite your shoulder. Rigorous. You target ally for two times 4? One random eater. I think that's kind of not bad. I can take this one. And Venom applies 8 poison? Oh my god. An Earth Ritual, 5 poison to target enemy generates Earth Ether. I mean, this is good. I'll take it. Fantasy Reaper, hi! How is this game? Love it. Love it. You know, some bullshit happens, which is normal for a roguelike game like this. But so far, generally, most of the time, I'm enjoying this game a lot. At least that's how I feel for playing. I've been playing for 6 hours? Oh my goodness. No wonder I feel a bit dizzy. But yeah, this game gets a high praise from me. Still don't know what Envoy is. I'm just gonna go there. Maybe I'll notice the difference between all these doors someday. Nah, I think my team currently is pretty okay. Just the corruption is a little bit scary right now. Many monster kin have walked this path. It holds important religious meaning to them. Especially the ones who still believe that Terraste was created by the monster deities, and that Soul was nothing but a deceiver. Even in the University of Aquilas, both versions of world history are taught and debated. Did Soul create Terraste? Or was it the monster deities? Who created whom? We Aethermancers are the sole keepers of the one truth, of course, and it shall ever only be known to us. Cool. Purchase Aether sounds fun. Prioritizing Aether that the enemy need for the action in this turn? Well, hell yeah, I'm taking that. I just need to remind myself to use more artifacts. I mean, I don't... Do I just do this? Ooh, ow. Okay, we good. Welcome back, Kobo. Hey! Hello, Brian. It's been a long time. Hope Brian is doing good. Okay, that's death. Nice. Oh, I don't like that. Nice. On interrupt. I don't think I like that. Yeah, I do hope Brian is doing it. This must be an elemental challenge. They say that it's up to the gods themselves whether one may pass it unscathed. You may send in one of the earth monsters in the party to take on the earth elemental challenge. They have a 50% chance to succeed, and they may retry until they succeed the challenge. The monster gain 1 XP and 100 worthiness. The monster is afflicted with 3 corruption. What's your corruption looking like? 21? 21 corruption? Finnick attempts to brace the challenge. Successfully pass the challenge. Take your rewards. Oh heck yeah, that scared the fuck out of me. Oh, okay. That was lucky as balls. Oh, are you envoy? Okay, yeah, they must be envoy. They must be envoy. Nice. Yeah, corruption is really bad here. Need to deal with the dragon first. I've seen how scary dragon can be. What the hell is the explosive rush? Why did I have explosive rush? I never had that skill. It just one-shots everything. What the hell? Like, huh? Am I stupid? Why does it one-shot? I might actually be stupid. Yeah, fish exist. What? Oh, there it is, redirect. I need that, I need that. Still don't know what weakness does, actually. How dare you call a Naga a lowly schneck? I'm a Kobo, what do you expect? I'm a Kobo, I dum-dum. If things slither, they are Chinook. And I like Chinook. Also, hi Jake. There was no place for me to spawn a monster, right? Wait, there is. Oh my god. I'll go for the witch. So weird. Like, I don't understand how Monster Shrine works. Oh, give me a second. Alright, I'm back. The wild damage hit of this monster gain +1 poise damage? Affliction. Apply X debuff stacks randomly chosen among the debuff that can be applied by a monster in your party? I guess. You know how I came across Pilgrim's Nest? Now I get to ask you a question. How did you come upon Pilgrim's Rest 100 years ago? Don't you Aethermancers mainly stick to Aquilus? I left the order actually. I haven't even been to Aquilus in quite a while. That's fascinating. I didn't even know there were Aethermancers who weren't part of Aquilus. Not many. Some call me the heretical Aethermancer, but please don't tell Elioth about that. Your secret's safe with me. Reroll a trait of a monster. Apply temporary power to self. On attack, transfers all power and temporary power stacks to every other ally. Whoa. This one heals. I think reroll in action would be good. I kind of want to have a proper full team heal. It's dumb, but I'm gonna change Fire Dash. Oh my god. Retaliate heals self for 8 and generates random ether. Everyone? Oh shit, okay. But they cost a lot of ether though, so... This is gonna go bad, I feel like. Cleanses 3 debuff from self. I think that's what I need, yeah. Oh wow. What a weird unit. At least that generates one wild Ether. It's a start. Gonna keep doing that. Water and earth? Oh, I do need fire. Hmm. It, they do have... Yeah, that's why. Not enough fire. Two times 5 applies 3 poison to self. That's kind of scary. Oh, that's your game plan. Okay, just heal, and then dragon is gonna do basic attack. -1 corruption is not bad actually. 1 is 1. How many? Oh yeah, they do have volcanic guard as well. From self, yeah, I cannot help. I cannot help Schnick to cleanse the debuff. It's kinda bad. I'm not too sure what to do currently. I guess you heal and then Dragon would do basic attack. It's gonna retaliate though. Ooh, the damage. Snake's dead. Yeah, I know. The amount of weakness that it applies every turn is crazy. Yeah. Hexing Strike, it's crazy. Hi Calx and hi Lex. And then Belly Squish is like the best emote by far. I should drink water. It's a lose. It's a loss run. Yeah. Yeah, there's not much I can do. Yeah, it is. I can only hope this works. They're still staggered, so I can still do some damage. Yeah, I still don't know how the monster rebirth thing work. I can never seem to rebirth the monster that I want. Oh shit, they don't even give me water. Yeah. I still don't get how I don't get how a small monster can one-shot my monster as well. That baffles me. Like my sole attacker, the only attacker gets one-shotted. And then the monster rebirth only allows me to rebirth another seemingly healer. So I don't get it. Also, Kitty. Here, I cannot hide. Kitty. Yeah, 12 HP left. It's unfortunate. Is okay, I'm backing away. I'm backing away. See? No threat here. I guess I can do the grind off stream as well. This game looks like it's going to take a fuck ton of time to grind, which is fine by me, honestly. If I may ask, are you trans? I do identify as one, yeah. If I may ask, where are you actually from, Lily? Well, where else but Aquilus? I thought my soul bonding skills had made that much clear. Yeah, any pets? Not that I know of, no. I thought yeah. I was trained in Aquil, in fact, the magnificent floating city, designed by the mastermind, the forlorn child of Aquilus. Formalhaut. The frog is nice. The character design in this game is pretty good. Oh. I'm getting ready for it. Okay, there we go. If you were to have a pet, what one would you want? I mean, I'm always wanted a skink, something lizard, I guess. Yeah, they might take a lot of work to take care of, but if someday I can have a pet of like a skink of some sort, maybe I get a chance to. Boy or girl? Who? Me or the pet? It was boring, to tell the truth. I like it around here much more. Interesting. There aren't many who leave Aquilus. The pet? I don't know. Any? What about you? You never really told me why you left. Let's just say I prefer the company of monsters. A noble goal. And who wouldn't prefer to just travel around with their monsters anyway? Boop. Indeed. I kinda... maybe it has something to do with the soul bond? Maybe? Hi, Agar Jurok. Hey, thank you. I mean, they don't cost a lot. Seeing purchase. Of course, he has to be the first one. Maybe I should try to upgrade the max health? Question mark? Lily's been telling you about how she got to Pilgrim's Rest, hasn't she? She has turned out to be a valuable member of our society. I'm glad she's sticking around with everything going on. In fact, she seems a bit too excited about it all. Do watch out for her in that void, will ya? For Pilgrim's Rest's sake, of course. Monster meal can be used at rest sites, and rest sites only happens after the first boss, so it's not that good actually, I feel like. The worthiness principle was truly the last great deed of Soul on Terraste. Soul's might and wisdom were at their peak back then. Before the worthiness principle, the cycle of rebirth was mostly random. There was no order to it. Soul created the worthiness principle as a set of laws and wrote it into the essence of all living beings. Souls accumulate and lose worthiness through their deeds during their lifetimes. Souls of high worthiness are reborn as humans or monsterkin. Souls of the highest worthiness are reborn as ascendants in Kadem. Souls of low worthiness are reborn as animals or insects. Souls of the lowest worthiness are reborn as monsters. Monsters are unable to raise their worthiness on their own, therefore, Aethermancers were created to guide them. The true purpose of Aethermancer is to help those who can't help themselves. Nothing more and nothing less. We're not meant to rule or govern. An interesting perspective, Syriax. I can see why you are not keen to join Aquilas then. Unique mementos. Memento of Star Spawn. I feel like none of this upgrade helps at all, because if my monster can get one-shotted by a normal monster in the first map, we have a problem. We have a problem, right? And only one max HP upgrade, which is +1 max health for every level. And to my understanding, leveling up I think the most the first map offers is up to level 3. So that's +2 max health, which is not gonna be a lot, but still. So my first run is just I got luck. I got lucky as fuck the first run. So was there a terror debuff for your monster when it got one shot? No. It was raw. 2 times it was raw. R-A-W raw. I got killed. Full health. 1 shot. By the chicken and by a dragon. Ah, can you hear that, Syriax? I can hear distant chatter, flowing water with the water wheel at work nearby, and wind gently rustling through leaves and grass. Ah, well spoken, my friend. If I truly concentrate, I also perceive the hands chattering down below, the water cascading down the mountain's chasm. Impressive! You Aethermancers truly are sensational beings. Even if I only hear half of that, isn't it just a magnificent combination? I cannot imagine anything more fitting after a long day of heroism. It's important to cherish the moments we have, as long as they last. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, I should have done. I should have upgraded this one. Hidden monsters and also the search command. Ooh. I think that's everything. I'm also feeling slightly dizzy now. I've been playing for a bit. You know, we always thought Pilgrim's Rest was a rather dull place, all things considered. But the void sure adds charm to it, like dancing on the knife's edge. Don't you agree? I suppose. I suppose I can see what you mean by that in a way. Perhaps. The tension, the desperation, the sense of certain doom. It's like electricity in the air. I love the merchant. Is this fish? Or is this bird? Looks like fish. Very cool fish. Yeah, I think that's everything. I'm actually gonna stop here for the day. Been playing for a lot longer than I intended. Or is this fruit? Kinda looks like a mask. Does it? To me, it kinda looks like fish. Kind of. Yeah. That's how I feel anyway. Okay, there we go. Boom. Weirdly enough, I'm not feeling hungry at all. Weird. I've been hoarded? Heck yeah. Oh, Toon is streaming. I wanna rate Toon. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Becky. Oh. Gosh, I wish I could get better real soon. But one thing's for sure though today is that a lot less coughing going on, but my nose is still going crazy. So, ugh. It is what it is. It's okay. Let me plug my things real quick.
Hello and welcome.
Jaxigon, thank you. I've been... Also, I have a coffee. Yeah. Coffee is great. I drink coffee every day, but there's also the coffee donation thing. It helps. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there, so that people will know when I stream. Or when I not stream sometimes. Sometimes, right? Sometimes. And there's also a Dragon Simping Corner, if you like dragons a lot. Dragon Simping Corner, nice. I think that's pretty much it. There's the right mail switch. But of course, you guys can use whichever emote you guys want. Just probably don't use more than 4. We don't want to flood the chat box too much. Dragon Tail. As a kobold, I kinda want to just bite on the Dragon Tail. I think biting Dragon Tail is fun. It's a weird kobold thing, I guess. Okay, I typed in the rate. could definitely fish for Kobos with Dragon Tail. Would be easier, yeah. Tweedle. Always nice to see you on stream, even if I only caught the end. It's always nice to see you too, Calix. Makes me happy. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's... I don't think I'm missing anything. At least I hope not. Kobo precious? Y'all are precious to me. I'm the reason... I mean, you guys are the reason that I can still be here and do this. Even though I'm not doing art a lot lately, which I totally should. I totally should. Period. But I didn't. Kobo and huggable. I love to get hugged. Like a plushie even. I mean, I even have a plushie emote. Done by Perry. Look at that. Plushie. Plushie good. Yeah. Where dinner? I'm going to dinner now. I'm raiding out. I'm gonna raid to Narix. No, I'm not gonna raid to Narix. I'm gonna raid to Toonbold. Oh, yeah, okay. Pretty sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, I'm ready to raid out. So, good. Thought Kobo want to become dinner again? No! I never wanted to become dragon. I become dinner, not dragon. My brain doesn't work anymore. Look at it. Okay, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes a raid to Toonbold. Yeah. Gonna raid to another cupboard. Entire dinner. Wow, that's... I feel like I have a picture for that. I might have a picture for that, actually. I need to find it. It's in my phone. Thank for stream. Thank for being here. Ah. Yeah, I Lex, to reply your statement. Yeah, I was afraid too. I already have a command typed in and ready to push enter any moment. So yeah, that was pretty ominous, to be honest. Not sure how I feel about that. Thanks for stream, adorable bean. Heck, Dragon is the adorable bean. Good couple. Oh my god. Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Maybe with more Aethermancer, probably. Mwah. Take care. Bye bye. Take care. I just kinda want to see what this fish looks. Scooter? Scooter cool. Right, bye.